now pay as much as 1,000 naira to board a coaster bus reportedly purchased by Governor Siminalayi Fubara for inmates attending court proceedings on trial days. Today FM correspondent also gathered that the kerosene supply business within the facility has allegedly been hijacked by the Deputy Controller of Corrections in Rivers State, a situation inmates claim has further worsened living conditions in correctional center. Some inmates who secretly spoke with newsmen allege that they also pay as much as 10,000 naira to prison warders before they can be taken to hospitals outside the correctional facility for medical treatment. The inmates further described the welfare and feeding conditions as poor, alleging that the fund provided is unfit for human consumption. While lamenting severe congestion in the facility, the inmates appealed to the relevant authorities to urgently intervene and compel the Deputy Controller of Corrections to allow the free flow of kerosene and improve inmates' welfare in the overall interest of those held at the center. The All Progressives Congress APC Screening Committee for the Rivers State House of Assembly elections has released the list of aspirants cleared to participate in the party primaries alongside those disqualified after the screening exercise. The committee said the exercise was conducted in line with the party's constitution and established guidelines governing nominations and participation in party affairs. During its sitting, the committee said it received petitions from concerned party members across the local government area seeking the disqualification of some aspirants on grounds that their nominations were endorsed by persons who allegedly failed to fulfill their financial obligations to the party as required under its constitution. The committee noted that the allegations were carefully reviewed in the course of the screening process before decisions were reached on the status of the affected aspirants. The screening committee, chaired by Muriaina Ajibola, cleared aspirants including Mao Dumile, Major Jack Nwabuchi Franklin, Ofix Christopher, Enemy George, Tonye Aduki, alongside 27 others set to be loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. However, the committee disqualified 57 aspirants reportedly aligned with River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara, including Orubi Banua Timothy, Chimi Ezebulike Onyema Hechiaru, Tonye Onide, Chris Uchije, Amoa Henry, Sokari Goodboy, and Choke Ihunwo. Reasons cited by the committee for the disqualification of some aspirants include alleged inducement and attempted bribery of committee members, submission of unsworn affidavits, failure to present voter cards, non-presentation of party membership slips or cards, conflicting date of birth, and inability to confirm payment of membership dues by nominators, among others. The party also announced that appeals arising from the screening outcome would commence tomorrow from 10 a.m. through the State Secretariat. Meanwhile, the River State House of Assembly Screening Committee has dismissed the circulation of a purported list of cleared and uncleared aspirants for the River State House of Assembly, currently making rounds across various media platforms. In a statement issued by the Secretary of the Screening Committee, Tanko Yamoa, the committee categorically described the publication as false, unauthorized, and not originating from the appropriate party authorities. The statement clarified that the screening exercise conducted by the committee, chaired by Muraina Ajibola, was concluded less than 24 hours ago, stressing that no official list of cleared or disqualified aspirants has been released by the party. It further noted that the All Progressives Congress is guided by established procedures, rules, and timelines governing the release of screening results and related information, which must be strictly adhered to. The committee emphasized that any official communication regarding the status of aspirants will be duly released through appropriate party channels in due course, urging members of the public to await verified information. The statement therefore urged party faithful aspirants, supporters, and the general public to disregard the purported list, describing it as the handiwork of mischief makers, allegedly seeking to create confusion and unnecessary tension within the party. It reaffirmed the party's commitment to transparency, fairness, and due process throughout the screening and selection process for the forthcoming River State House of Assembly elections. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a suit filed by Fubara Dagogo, who claimed membership of the All Progressives Congress APC, seeking to nullify the party's recently concluded National Congress. In her judgment, Justice Joyce Abdulmalik held that the court lacked jurisdiction to entertain the matter, ruling that issues relating to nomination, Congress procedures, and purchase of forms are internal affairs of political parties, which courts are not permitted to interfere with. Justice Abdulmalik relied on provisions of Section 83, subsection 6 of the Electoral Act 2026, stressing that disputes arising from party nominations and internal electoral processes fall within the exclusive domain of political parties. She also awarded 10 million naira costs each against the plaintiff and his lawyer, bringing the total cost to 20 million naira in favor of the defendants. Dagogo had alleged that he was unlawfully excluded from purchasing nomination and expression of interest forms to contest for the position of APC National Vice Chairman South and was also denied participation in the party's zonal congress. He asked the court to nullify the outcome of the Congress and award him 100 million naira in damages for alleged embarrassment and emotional distress. However, the court ruled that his claims were not justiciable, effectively affirming the APC's discretion over its internal nomination and Congress processes. A federal high court in Abuja has viewed a video recording said to contain the confession of the sixth defendant in the ongoing trial of 6 persons accused of plotting a coup against the government of President Bola Tinubu. In the video played before the court, the defendant Sheikh Sani Abdul Kadir told investigators that he warned the alleged conspirators their plan would fail and that those involved would eventually be exposed. Abdul Kadir, who described himself as an Islamic cleric, said he was introduced to the alleged plot through a man identified as Sanda, who allegedly sought prayers and spiritual guidance on behalf of one Colonel Maji concerning the success of the operation. According to the defendant, after conducting prayers, he informed the group that the coup would fail and that 2 individuals would betray those involved. He further claimed that money later sent to him was meant for prayers and charity, not to support any coup plot. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. The federal government has exempted candidates seeking admission into colleges of education from writing the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, announced the decision in Abuja during the 2026 UTME admission policy meeting, stating that the new guideline will take effect from next year. Under the new arrangement, candidates with at least 4 credit passes in relevant subjects will be eligible to apply for admission into colleges of education without sitting for the UTME. However, the minister explained that all prospective candidates must still register with the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB. Their credentials will be screened, verified, and certified before admission letters are issued through the Central Admissions Processing System, CAPS, in line with existing regulations. The minister added that the federal government has also extended exemptions to candidates seeking admissions into national diploma programs in non-technology, agricultural, and agriculture-related courses. According to him, this approach strikes a necessary balance between widening access and preserving the integrity of admission system. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has retained 150 as the cutoff mark for admission into universities for the 2026-2027 academic session. JAMB announced this during its policy meeting in Abuja, where it said that the decision followed a vote of vice-chancellors available at the meeting. It said the cutoff for colleges of nursing is 150, while for polytechnics will be 100 of the 400 obtainable marks. The scores, known as National Minimum Tolerable UTME scores, indicate that no tertiary institution is allowed to admit candidates who score below the agreed benchmarks. But schools are generally permitted to set higher cutoffs for applicants seeking admission. Also, during the meeting, the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, said the minimum age for admission into tertiary institutions remains 16 years. The West African Examinations Council, WAEC, has introduced new measures aimed at curbing examination malpractice and improving the efficiency of its examination process, including the serialization of question papers and the creation of an examination malpractice portal on its website. Speaking during a briefing on the ongoing 2026 computer-based West African Senior School Certificate Examination, CBWASC, the head of WAEC's Nigeria National Office, Amos Dangote, said the innovations would strengthen transparency and eliminate delays in resolving malpractice cases. According to him, candidates implicated in examination misconduct will have their status published on the dedicated malpractice section of the WAEC website alongside the release of results within 45 days after the last paper. Dangote disclosed that participation in the CBWASC has grown significantly, with more than 450 schools registering for the examination compared to only 40 schools last year. He attributed the increase to the smooth operation of the computer-based format and its alignment with global best practices and Federal Ministry of Education recommendations. He added that the National Identification Number (NIN) is now mandatory for candidate registration, while collaboration with security agencies has been intensified to ensure the integrity and safety of the examination process. The 2026 CBWASC commenced on April 21 and will end on June 19, spanning 8 weeks and 3 days. Well, the federal government has warned telecommunications operators to improve service delivery or face regulatory sanctions, saying recent reforms have removed excuses for poor network performance across the country. The warning was issued by the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, who said Nigeria's connectivity challenges were largely caused by years of underinvestment in infrastructure and operational constraints within the telecom sector. According to the minister, the government has responded with long-term infrastructure reforms and immediate stabilization measures aimed at restoring investor confidence and improving service quality nationwide. Tijani said the government has secured funding through the World Bank-backed Project Bridge to support nationwide fiber deployment and tower expansion, alongside investment in satellite infrastructure to improve connectivity. He explained that the reforms are expected to close major gaps in Nigeria's digital backbone over the next 2 to 5 years, enabling more reliable high-speed internet access for businesses and households. On the foreign scene, South Korea is set to introduce a second round of cash assistance targeted at the bottom 70% of income earners as part of measures to cushion the impact of rising fuel prices linked to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Officials disclosed that the National Assembly approved a supplementary budget of $17.8 billion aimed at addressing the economic pressure caused by the crisis, including the implementation of the support program. Under the first phase launched in April, the government provided up to 600,000 won to recipients of basic livelihood security and other vulnerable groups. Applications for the second phase will open next Monday, with eligible residents in the Greater Seoul are expected to receive 100,000 won, while those living in regions experiencing population decline could receive up to 250,000 won each. Eligibility will be determined using households' national health insurance contributions for March 2026, with single-person households paying 130,000 won or less qualifying for assistance. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Inmates have lamented the hardship at the Port Harcourt Correctional Facility. The River State APC Screening Committee has disowned a purported list of cleared and disqualified aspirants. We told you that the federal government has exempted College of Education candidates from UTME. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that South Korea has approved a new cash support for low-income earners amid rising fuel costs. That was the news as edited by Stella Sesongo Okori. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home. Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melody. Here.
African style. African style. African style. African style.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from our esteemed panelists. Today's quest 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe?
Your voice, your opinion. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, these days we must learn to verify information before we put it out there, or basically confirm from whatever source it's coming from first, and be sure that the source is exactly what it is. I mean, confirmed, said clearly by the River State House of Assembly Screening Committee. They have dismissed the circulation of the purported list of cleared and uncleared aspirants for the River State House of Assembly, currently making rounds across various media platforms. And yes, the word various media platforms is various media platforms, because I've seen that list on a number of platforms. I can't even begin to name one platform after the other, with about, I think, one having like 30 something names and the other having over 50 names. But they're saying the list is not what it is. The list, the names on that list, they haven't released any list, and so anything out there should not be believed. Well, welcome to What's on Your Mind. This is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's 6:33, Monday, May 11, 2026, and it's that time where we get to talk about what's on your mind. I was just reading it through, and I was wondering, okay, all of the lists that we've been seeing on even some platforms that quite carry information that you can run with, at least with some level of trust. Well, the River State House of Assembly Screening Committee dismissed the circulation of a purported list of cleared and uncleared aspirants for the River State House of Assembly, currently making rounds across various media platforms. Now, in a statement issued by the Secretary of the Screening Committee, Tanko Yamoa, the committee categorically described the publication as false, unauthorized, and not originating from the appropriate party authorities. Now, they said, they clarified that the screening exercise conducted by the committee, chaired by Muraina Ajibola, was concluded less than 24 hours ago, stressing that no official list of cleared or disqualified aspirants have been released by the party. They also noted that the All Progressives Congress is guided by established procedures, rules, and timelines governing the release of screening results and related information, which must be strictly adhered to. Now, they emphasized that any official communication regarding the status of aspirants will be duly released through appropriate party channels in due course, urging members of the public to await verified information. All right. And we had seen that the All Progressives Congress APC Committee for Rivers State House of Assembly elections released a list of aspirants cleared to participate in the party primaries alongside those disqualified after the screening exercise. Now, the committee said the exercise was conducted in line with the party's constitution and established guidelines governing nominations and participation in party affairs. If you listen to the 6 p.m. news, it was clearly read from that bulletin. But then, all right, they say wait for appropriate channels, verifiable channels, and wait for them. They would do the releasing, and it's a procedural thing. But what's on your mind? 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call. It's 0810-9510-951. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello.
I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Etim is my name.
Welcome, Etim.
Yes, I heard the team in the in-house news, Saudi Middle Belt come out with a resolution that the plan must be zoned to the south. They are just wasting their time. They are keeping moot over the insecurity, the economic hardship, but they were the one who were on the top of their voices. The likes of late Edwin Clark, Dr. Nico Dimak in the spokesperson of Afenifere, Aya Dibanjo, and many of them, they are keeping moot because they are collecting money from the current APC government led by Tinubu. So the same people that supported Jonathan in 2015, to now, power is going back to the north. All this one, you are zoning where the NDC zone to the south, single tenor, because now they are talking about zoning arrangement. They are depending on the curricular zoning arrangement. By the time they grab power, the north will not trust any southerner. And we say it's going for one single tenor. Even Tinubu, they're no longer trusting. Because when you enter 2031, they will say the constitution say 4 years. So for river people, these rivers of wonder are rivers of blood. What is coming in River State is just a child play. 2015, the clearance in River State, another part 2 is coming.
There's no part 2 coming, right? Well, thank you for saying what's on your mind. 0810-9510-951. What's on your mind? Welcome to Today FM.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, Shima.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Chris.
Thank you very much. Well, what is in my mind? Because in the last edition of program conducted in your studio this evening, by that lovely voice sounding young lady, an MC Kuro, you talked about having a drug test for students. Yeah, what's in my mind is in line with that. That's a good one. And again, not just only our students. You see all these people going for, elective positions. I think APC and entire parties should put a drug test to all of them, not just only drug tests. What is in my mind that they should also go through psychiatric review. Drug test 1, psychiatric review for all our politicians. Because what we are seeing, if you allow me, I will pray that Jerry Lawrence's solution should come to this country. With all we are seeing, they should all go for psychiatric tests and go for drug tests. That is what is in my mind. Thank you.
All right. What is on your mind? 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Today FM.
Yeah, good evening.
I'm fine. Good evening, Ken Billions.
Yeah, thank you, Ken Billions. Like the last class, it just took the word from my mouth. I've listened to different platforms. They talk about this for kids, all this our. For me, I think they need to start from politicians. Like I said in one of the platforms in the morning, they need to start from them, Queen. Because the way this our politicians react on this, when you watch them on television, they are in difference of something. So to me, if they want to clean the society, both smoking, if they smoke, it damage heart. So they should not just come and do a abracadabra and tell us story. You understand? To me, those kids are not the problem. That thing is, they must start from head. This one, they don't start from that. They must start. You see, the NDLE man last year, I think year before last, was projecting that they should test, early last year, they should test politicians as they are planning to, as they are buying form. And they said, no, the debate is National Assembly, they throw it away. Now they want to push it to our children. It no go work. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. That was Buba Marwa, Brigade General Buba Marwa, retired. Yes, he had advocated that politicians be drug tested because we do have job applicants for the Federal Civil Service drug tested. A lot of organizations do that. And there's been that clamor and ongoing debate regarding politicians being drug tested. Well, if it's raised again and raised powerfully, who knows? It could be something that comes to play compulsorily for every politician. But I mean, one thing you also want to ask yourself is, if they are drug tested, would they... Okay, I guess a lot of measures will be put in place to ensuring that there's publicity to the result. Yes, rather personal, but people should be able to know, right? Especially if you're coming out for a political position, if you are actively coming out for a political position, or where's your drug test? You should be drug test free, right? That's one debate that's been ongoing for a while, and a clamor going on for a while. If it's raised again, who knows? It could come to play significantly to a determining factor for you to choose your leaders, the politicians, the people who take over political public offices. 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
God bless you, my beloved sister.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. My name is Serena Sampson. I'm calling from Abuja in Emago Kubokland.
Please go on.
My beloved sister, do you know what is on my mind?
Tell me,
I'm happy
please.
that the APC in the state have come to debunk such lists that have been flying all over the net. I'm happy for that. Let's leave that aside. My beloved sister, you have gotten someone that wants to do the right thing. And who is that person? God-sent person, led by Simelai Fubara. I call him the David of our time. Simelai Fubara have called that the right things will be done. What is the right thing, my beloved sister? Sending projects across the 23 LGA, local government by local government. Things are going on, my beloved sister. Transcalabari Road is going on seriously. The Indele to those Odua section is going on seriously. Those is it Elele to Omok is going on seriously.
Why is this always on your mind every time you call? Is this the only thing that is always on your mind?
That is why I want to keep telling people. I want to remind you that see people keep saying that. See, my beloved, that is what is in my mind. You shouldn't
always
be the
on
one
your
in
mind.
my mind. I'm telling you what is in my mind. We should all join hands to ensure that we bring this young man back so that River State will be the way we all want it to be. That is what is in my mind, because I think of how
All right,
River State will be.
I've heard you. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind? Can you hear me? Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
I am Nroke, the Andoni man.
All right, welcome. Go on, please.
What is on my mind is that, see, I am not asking anybody not to call on radio. But if you are calling on radio, please try to maintain and go straight to the objective. And our people say the training of a child is everybody's business. So if the adult have smoke off their head, so the government should not train the young ones to go away from drugs. I don't understand how people talk anyhow. The adult, if you have killed yourself, nobody can train you. Allow government to bring our young ones to order so that we can get a better society tomorrow.
So what are you implying? Are you saying
what
that...
I'm implying is that somebody about the drug test.
For
that government
politicians.
say is for secondary school students.
Mm-hmm.
And that somebody just call and say they should start from politicians.
Well,
It cannot work.
no, I don't. The person didn't say it would not work. They said as students are tested, politicians should also be tested. Nobody said it
Say
wouldn't
if they
work.
want to start from the children, it will not work. That is his last statement. I listened to him very well.
Well,
that is why I'm telling him it's wrong.
All right.
And
but that's
secondly,
his
this
opinion.
man that always call and say they should support Fubara, let him go and pay for advert in your station. Don't
All right, quite noted. You heard when I asked him if that's what is always on his mind. He said yes. So if that's what's always on his mind, and he says clearly yes, he has a minute to say that, and also I'll move on to the next person. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Thank you, Queen.
Yes.
Peter from Oibo.
All right, go on, please.
Yes, so Queen, you see, this program on radio is for the interest of everybody. If at all somebody called and was talking about drug test, why is it that some persons are afraid of drug test?
Can you say
Why?
what's on your mind and leave what other people said, please? Thank you.
What is in my mind is the way the politics of this state is going. I do not like it. We are in this state and we look like strangers in our own land. We have no say in the political affairs of our state. We don't have a say. Is that how politics should be? Some group of persons are dictating the political affairs of the state for others that this is how it should go. Is that how democracy should be?
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello?
I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, Queen.
Yes, good evening. Please go on.
Yes, my name is Engineer Zoran, popular as something Muslim.
Kindly go on.
Yeah, just to say hi to my little daughter, Chibia. Today is her birthday.
Oh, wow. What's her name again?
Yeah. Her name is Chiguaro. That is the name, the native name Chiguaro, but her English name is Authority.
I think I like the Chiguaro. Happy birthday,
Yes.
Chiguaro. Happy birthday. I
Yes.
wish you all the best, darling.
Yes, I tell Auntie hi.
Hello, darling. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How old are you?
I'm 2.
2 years. Wow. Happy birthday. Hope daddy has bought you something today.
Yes.
Are you're the one giving the response? Are you sure you bought her something?
Am I not the one I'm supposed to respond?
I needed to be sure. I need to hear
Yes.
from her. But happy birthday to her, and I wish her all the best in life.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you, my dad.
All right.
Thank you, my dad.
All right,
Thank you,
then.
God bless.
Have a great evening. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Queen Chima.
Yes, that's my name. Welcome.
Kanka.
Kanka.
What's on my mind
Yes.
is my right to speak my mind,
Okay.
and it's a fact.
Well,
Leadership begins from the top. If you say your child should not take tobacco, you too, you will not take it. Am I correct?
yes, you are.
So, I don't see any reason why we say, Dr. Chris says, the leaders must go through tests. And it's a fact. And I establish it. All those in favor say, yeah, exactly. Let me go straight to what I want to say.
Oh, you still have something else to say? It's
Yes,
almost
nah.
a minute. It's almost a minute. All right.
It's just, I'm
Shoot.
running up.
Okay.
Wait, let me clear it out. I want to put it as a contest. If any local government person could come and say the governor has not done any project in his local government, come on air and tell us. Thank you and God bless you.
All
Wellington
right.
from Africa.
All right, Wellington. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Good evening, Queen.
Good evening.
Queen, what's on my mind?
Mm.
I've been thinking of the state of the states of River State in the last 3 years. And I want to say that River State has never been this, never been this confused in every aspect, politically, sanitation, environment-wise, insecurity, and all this stuff. It has never been, okay, let me put insecurity because there was a point in time when we had it worse than this. But governance generally in River State has never been this bad. And it is, I don't know how to, it is not something to write home about. Now, hearing that the governor, even though it is his right, is entitled to it, is, juggling to come back to the contest, is what I don't know what is going on in his mind or what is giving him the, moral justification to do that. I am not saying he does not have the right, but what are you coming back for? What is the governor of the state? What is he warming up to come back for? And who are those that are calling for his comeback? What does he have to tell the people? In the next 4 years, what is he going to offer that is going to be more than what you have gotten from him? Because as far as governance is concerned, he will still have weight against him for the next 4 years. So are we going to keep making this excuse for 4 years?
All right, that's a question with a big question mark. Thank you for telling me what's on your mind. Good evening, beautiful presenter. What is on my mind is that Governor Fubara should officially resign because he has been defeated by FCT Minister Wike, who knows how to play good politics, from Dr. Prince Nelson. All right. What's on my mind is the screening of Kingsley Chinda as APC governorship aspirant. The last time I checked, Chinda is still the PDP minority leader in the House of Rep. How did a PDP lawmaker be screened by an APC committee? This is so strange. Okay. This is so. There was no formal defection to APC yet. He was screened. This country is full of wonders and weird things, Mr. Lucky. Queen, what's on my mind is the defections that are happening here and there. No one person's seat is declared vacant. My question is, what is special about Rivers politics that someone's seat was declared vacant? Chris Palmview, Ibo Eche. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Mr. Kure is my name.
Welcome.
Yeah, what is on my mind is I want the media now, all the people that they screen for APC House of Assembly, House of Rep, I want the media now to call these people to radio to tell them what did they do for their constituency. Because Rivers State is in darkness because of Tinubu have supported them for that. Let them come and tell the whole world what did they do in their constituency. Because all of them go, almost 90-something people go there. And what did they do in their community? Nothing to write home. You stay for 8 years, you stay for 16 years, nothing to write home in their community. In their community, they are coming. What are you coming to do? That is my mind, please.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, ma.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Queen. What's your name?
Okay, my name is Lugard.
All right, Leonard. Go on, please.
Huh?
Go on, please. What's on your mind?
Okay. What is on my mind is the issue in... Okay, what's on my mind is about INEC. I was just wondering how INEC fits the submission of register of members on Sunday instead of putting it on a working day. Sunday, some people go to church, they return, they come back in the evening. They will not be able to do anything again. It's a holy day. I think INEC would have put it on Monday, where maybe in the evening they can say, okay, everything will close. So I just want to appeal to INEC to do something about it. Thank you.
All right. Let's listen to this.
Good evening, Chairman. The governor has the right to come back. He has done a lot for Rivers people. In fact, in the former program, one caller says the governor has done route. In fact, let me start from the Orashi region. Governor Simnalai Fubara, if you go to Eche, from Eche, Mba Road, I can locate the entire Eche. Yesterday I was in Eche. Clearly I was in Eche yesterday. I moved from that Mba Road, moved to Ni. From Ni, I blew straight down to Apoko. From Apoko, I blew straight down to Isu. Also, I was turning around the entire Eche yesterday. And the moment I come out, I went back and followed what 10 boss at in Bidelele. So you can't tell me about River State. Are you talking about Awuda West, Awuda East? Are you
Oh, Wellington, you're the one who sent the video of the road that you went through. All right. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind? Good evening.
Good evening. This is Ono, diplomatic from Eneka.
All right, Ono, please go on.
Yes, what's on my mind is the kind of game that APC is playing with the Rivers State government, Governor Siminalayi Fubara. I keep wondering, right from when the governor defected to APC, when other governors defected, like Governor of Delta State, they went there to welcome him into the party and gave him the leadership structure of the party in the state. He came to Rivers State. They use it and play gamble drama. They use it to have drama. Now they are also doing screening. Other persons have been screened and we are still seeing some drama. Or does it mean that of a truth, are they actually handovering the two-party structure to one man to be playing anti-party? If that is what the Mr. President and APC is up to, it's a very bad record to them because it's not a good one. That one man will be controlling 2 or 3 different parties, dictating what will happen and what will not happen. It has already shown that the leadership of APC is not taking us to anywhere in life.
Right.
That is why when I see people defecting, I don't know where you are defecting to structure or to a center that is already shaking, that is not giving Nigerians, that cannot give us life, that cannot give us anything good. So I don't know. I think my advice to the governor of Rivers State now, he should rethink. At least we still have a hope in NDC. He should come to NDC.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Queen, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
What's on my mind is how Rivers State is going. To me, if they don't want him in APC and he doesn't have the liver to go to another party, let him concentrate to how to rule the state for the next few months. Then he can step down, go to any of the places that he has acquired property, be it Dubai or whatever, America, and go and take his rest. That is my suggestion. Then another one is that Rivers State people should wake up. Enough is enough. How can one man want to pocket the state, whether for good or for bad? And you can see that everything going on is bad. Not in the law, in the lawful side is wrong. Every angle wrong. There are manipulation all over. So please, Rivers State should wake up. Enough is enough. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening, Queen Chima.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, I remember Chigozi from Odo Bakretlan. What is my mind is this? I'll take it very simple and short. Queen Chima, human being does not rule forever. It was Almighty God that rule forever. Thank you. This is what is my mind.
All right. What's on your mind? Welcome.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Goody, calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome.
You see the Rivers State problem. You know, at the initial time when Wike and Amechi was doing, everybody said, let Wike come, let Wike come. They were singing a song, Wike they come, oh, Wike they come, oh. You no go gree, you must gree. And they were shouting, eulogizing him, nobody get a power like Wike. Now why are people crying? They were dancing as if they sweet them, and say they pain them. They were dancing and shouting. Do they think that the Wike have thrown away the power? The power is still there.
All right.
You see, the only thing in Rivers State is that let us make peace. If they say that Wike shouldn't go, after all, he brought Wike to us. And if he decide to take away the governor, another person may still come. But however they want to play politics in Rivers State, let them play it peacefully. We want peace and we want development all the whole year.
All
you
right.
see, battle. It's not the best.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing what's on your mind via the text message portal and calls. area talk coming up shortly. Do stay with us. Something important I will be discussing.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Day, sometime around past 2, I was on my way going home and I stopped a bus, a minibus, looked at them, everyone in the bus, all male, and there was the conductor, like we popularly call the driver. Then you had 3 sitting behind, you had 1 in front, you had 1 person in the middle seat, and then the conductor. And I just looked at all of them and I said, don't worry, just go. I do that a lot. So before I get into the minibus, or it's always minibus, except I'm taking like a ride to wherever I'm going to, and if I'm taking a ride, it's just the driver. And somehow there are other ways that you can ensure that you're protected with rides. Just simple ways. Share your location with someone. Most times share your location. You can also double check be careful. So you confirm if the driver on the app is the same as the person you're seeing physically. Because I've had times where I don't know why am I seeing someone's face on the app, and I'm seeing another person driving, and he says, it's my brother's car. I say, oh really? Okay, just carry your brother's car. They go, I beg, right? Because I'm not going to join your car. Or there was a situation where the number plate read something different, and the one on the app is different. And I'm like, wait. So those are like small measures. Maybe not small, right? I'm the one saying it's small. Certain measures you can use to protect yourself. But for minibuses, oh goodness, I'm sorry to males. I'm sorry to your gender. I'm just so sorry. But every time and anytime I see all male, it's a red flag for me, and I would not board. I understand. Someone said, there are females too. But it's just that I think life is hard on men sometimes, and sorry about that. Well, welcome to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's exactly 6 minutes past 7, May 11, 2026. Now, this was a press release. The PPRO of River State released this as ASP Agape Blessing on behalf of the Commissioner of Police. Now, it reads, River State Police Command reaffirms restriction on tricycles and motorcycle, warns passengers against entering one chance vehicle, and announces new security measures. Now, in line with the directives of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, under the leadership of the Commissioner of Police, River State Command, CP Olubenga Adeoju, the River State Police Command wishes to remind members of the public that the existing restriction on the movement of tricycles from 10 p.m. remains fully in force across the state. Well, operators and owners are strongly advised to comply strictly with this directive. This enforcement takes immediate effect as part of intensified efforts to curb the growing menace of one-chance robberies, abductions, and other violent crimes in River State, with a stern warning that any individual or group found involved in such criminal activities will be decisively dealt with in accordance with the law. Now, in furtherance to the command's proactive crime prevention strategy, CP Adeoju has also directed the implementation of the following security measures, which will take effect from the 18th of May 2026. Now, what are those? The first being that no commercial keke bus should be fitted with tinted glass or covered in any manner capable of concealing the identity of passengers or occupants. Any commercial keke bus found violating this directive will be impounded, while the operator will be arrested and prosecuted accordingly. 2. The covering, alteration, driving without plate number, or concealment of vehicle plate numbers is strictly prohibited, and the Commissioner of Police has directed the arrest of offenders without hesitation. And 3. The use of unregistered vehicles within the state is prohibited and will no longer be tolerated. Owners and operators of such vehicles are advised to regularize their documentation without delay. The command further emphasizes the importance of collaboration of local security outfits, community stakeholders with the divisional police officer within their respective jurisdictions to strengthen intelligence gathering, improve coordinated response, and enhance public safety across the state. The command went further to share some safety tips against one-chance crimes. I'll read this to you, maybe as we're wrapping up the show, and also give you certain emergency lines that the command also put out in the case of distress, and some a complaint response unit. You can call those numbers. There's also a control room that the River State Police Command has also given, saying that it remains steadfast in its commitment to safeguarding lives and property, and urge all residents to remain law-abiding, vigilant, and cooperation. That is it. I mean, the security operatives, like we have the River State Police Command, will always do their bid to ensuring that you're safe. And, every time they talk about security, they say it's everybody's business, meaning that there has to be a level of contribution from everyone, from you, and you, one way or the other. That's how we curb insecurity. That's how we bring it to its to the minimal rate. Right, because for months and for quite some time, there's been incidences of abductions, one chance, killings, robberies. I remember someone was on his way to church early in the morning, and then he just did not even notice. He got into this keke bus and he took his phone. Very expensive. I say very expensive phone. Trust me, very expensive phone. Took it from him, and it wasn't a nice situation at all. All men, and I mean, as a guy, you have all men, you wouldn't even notice. It's women that are careful. If you see men, you think, oh, you don't want to because you're assuming. But that's just you making an assumption and trying to stay safe for yourself as an individual. It's not like anyone is written a bad person, robber, kidnapper is written on anybody's forehead. But then why this information is important is that it's all of our business in everywhere in the state. It says 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. Tricycles should not be running. 10 p.m. Minibuses should not be running. Motorcycles should not be running the moment it is 10 p.m. So it means that if you see one running, you can just say kindly to the person, I thought you're not supposed to be moving by this time. As a tricycle, I thought you're not supposed to be moving at this time. It's 10 p.m., right? Just to educate the person. But I'm sure that there's going to be some level of enforcement coming with this, because anybody seen would have to, one way or the other, pay for disobeying this law. And from the 18th of May, no commercial keke will be fitted with tinted glass. I'm even wondering, why would minibuses have tinted glass? Why? I would never board a mini bus that the glasses are tinted. The worst you can do is even to give me a price that is cheap. Then no way. Or even if it's not possible. But then sometimes you're just in a hurry and you wouldn't notice. So why? Because these are some of the ways that they easily perpetrate evil. Because when you cannot see people inside, and when you cannot see people inside rather, and anything can happen inside. Just enter and then the door is locked and whatever. You're robbed, thrown out of the door, and you're just there crying for your life. The covering alteration driving without plate numbers compulsory from the 18th of May. Any minibus seen without a number plate would face the wrath of the law. Now, I'm sure you would have to your vehicle be impounded, and then you'd have to pay quite some money because proper documentation is important. And if your vehicle is unregistered too, that's also another way, because these are ways that these criminals find a way to escape finding them. Because if it's unregistered, how does it make investigations easy? If these keke buses or this whatever, then the glasses are tinted, how are you able to perceive evil as a person? Because the police is not going to follow you everywhere you're going. You don't have a police officer as attached to you, do you? So you owe yourself the responsibility to protect yourself first before the police will protect your life and your property. So that's how you spot some of them. Tinted glass, why? You wouldn't know about the unregistered vehicle because you cannot go around asking the driver before you enter the bus, oh, is your vehicle registered? Would he even give you a response? Some of them will say, I beg, okay, get out. What kind of stupid question is that one, right? But this, as checks are done, they will be found out. And when it's found, from the 18th of May, due process will be taken. But then 10 p.m., that's it. 10 p.m., existing restriction on the movement of tricycles from 10 p.m. It remains fully in force across the state. So no tricycle should be running 10 p.m. and after 10 p.m. So every tricycle from 9:30, 9:45, you should be looking for a way to just go to your house and sleep and rest for the day. Because if you're caught, well, that's it. You know exactly what's going to happen, or you may not know what's going to happen to you, because every effect to that disobedience or that flouting of that law will be seen and dealt with decisively according to the law. So what do you think about this? I mean, how far do you think he would go in curbing these menaces? Because you know how evil is mostly perpetrated in the dark at night is easier because you have less people moving around. Less people moving around, some areas are isolated. If you come out sometimes on this east-west road, it could be 11, it could be 10. You notice that vehicles are beginning to reduce. So it's easier for someone to be harmed. Right, it's really easy. So 10 p.m. at least, where a lot of people are rushing back home, you don't have a lot of vehicles on the road, it makes it easier to control these things. So maybe you're taking a ride, right? Just that it may pose a lot of challenge for some people in terms of affording certain means of transportation. However, it protects you. It further protects a lot of us, a lot of you from evil. But what do you think? Do you think it's going to really go a long way to curbing these menaces? Kidnapping, one chance, robbery on our roads, right? Is it really, really going to help? I'd like to get your thoughts, but this is also passing this information so that you get the details. I'm going to go through it again while I get your thoughts on this. Remember, I said I was going to call out some emergency lines that you can use. I mean, save these and put them on your speed dial. Emergency line, just in the case of any emergency at all. Any emergency, it could help. And then also the control room. The command did share some safety tips that I would also walk through so that you can get yourself abreast with some of the security tips, and also not just getting yourself abreast, but also a reminder, a very hot reminder, just if you have forgot anyone at all, or you say, oh, that's true, this really helps, right? So let me get your thoughts about this. How well do you think it's going to help curb these menaces? As the police command says, it would really go a long way. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Area Talk.
Good evening, my sister. My name is Goody, calling from Port Harcourt.
Good evening, Goody.
I think in as much as I love it, I want it the way he put it, I want it that 10 o'clock. But then again, where is River State color? Where is the River State color that we used to know in this state? And again, when you see some people, they used to go to their business from 6 o'clock. Sometimes they close by 10. What will they use again to come back? And when I went to Lagos, I arrived at Lagos by 5 o'clock early morning. Okay, if somebody is coming from a far place, from north or east, west, north and south, and maybe coming to the River State here, happen to arrive by 10 o'clock, what will the person do? You see, I'm not talking of unemployment. I'm not talking of denying people wanting a daughter. Those ones should be there, because when Amechi was trying to dualize the road of Ikwere, people spoke a lot of things against him. Today, we are enjoying it. When people say Okada shouldn't ride in the town, people spoke a lot of things. You are wicked. You want to impoverish people. You want to do this. But today, everybody enjoying it. But then, what will people who are coming from a far place, who don't even know that such law have been given to the state by the police, what will the people do? Where are the River State color? And I love what you used to do. When you get there, if your spirit tell you enter the bus, you enter. If your spirit say don't enter, you leave. Don't force yourself because people are rushing, you rush. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Area Talk.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
I am Comrade Kabari. I'm calling from Lanleku, Ghana.
Please go on.
It's unfortunate that we have a society where the political leaders, I would have said they don't have the clue. They know what to do, but because they don't want to disburse the money, they want to reserve it for themselves and loot them. They are rolling out policies that wouldn't hold water, not mind whether it's impeding or infringing on the fundamental rights of the people. Now, they would have rather ban anything vehicle, ban KK, because it is a means as well to empower the police, whether you like it or not.
Are you still there? All right. 0810-9510-951. That's it. I'd like to get your thought about this. This is feedback, right? If you think that this measure is not good enough to tackle insecurity or this sort of menaces, from abductions to one chance to robbery, then what else could have been better, right? If 10 p.m. motorcycles, tricycles should stop running, are restricted from the roads all over Rivers State. So what else can be done, right? And isn't it a space for people to, is there a possibility for people to accommodate this, or maybe navigate this while trying to stay safe? And would it help? Welcome to Today FM. It's Area Talk.
Hello, good evening, the one and only beautiful queen of the radio.
All right, welcome.
Yeah, a blessed evening to you and a bad one to all the bad politique and shine, and those who this time they don't want to do their work but be making a lot of noise. My sister queen, you see, now I want to ask a question. Is it that these our police people, they have what is called odeshi, or it is in our law that policemen and women will stand on the road and be collecting rocha and giving change in the middle of the road? Because let me tell you, when you hear police commissioner coming out to say that they want to stop one chance and this, today I enter a bus coming from Igboiche. Immediately we get to a place, the police woman just came and put her hand and they gave her 200. I said, Madam, church never close. Why can't they collect offering? She not even sent for me. So now, if at all those people who were in that bus were one chance people, what has that woman, or they kidnapped somebody, what has that woman succeeded in doing? Which she is a police officer who is to protect life and property. Should have allowed those criminals to just go, because what matters to them is the 200. And now, when I say, is it Odeji, is it that this their so-called commissioner and GPO, they don't see them collecting
so-called,
money?
So-called, or why would you refer to him as so-called?
I mean, this is their commissioner, don't mind me, but their attitude, it shows that they are head then in not doing what is right, and they keep saying that they want to stop the level
All
of
right.
one chance and this and that.
All right. Welcome to Today FM. It's Area Talk.
Good evening, Queen.
Good evening.
I'm Sebastian.
All right, Sebastian. Good evening.
Calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on, please.
Now, I want to ask a question. When has police statement become a law? Because a police statement, from my understanding, is not a law. Police, they are not lawmakers. In as much as the statement they are saying or putting to the public is good for our safety, but do they have the right to enforce it in court? Because it is not their duty to make law. They are only law enforcement agents. So I believe that the House of Assembly ought to have made that law, then they will not enforce it. They cannot put out a statement and call it a law and impose it on Rivers people, because they are not lawmakers. It is just from them.
Yes, it has a force of law. If you listen to me, I started with the law stems right from the Inspector General of Police, right? Directives of the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji, right, under the leadership of the Commissioner of Police. So that's what I'm saying. There's a statutory, there is a statutory authority under the Police Act 2020 that enables the Inspector General of Police to set those operational standards and those press releases, and it becomes a direct order for things like this to be done. Like, this is what should be done in River State to protect the lives and property of people living in River State, right? Do you understand? So it operationalizes these regulations and calls for immediate enforcement and compliance. Yes, they are responsible for enforcing laws and maintaining order, but these press releases and instructions are often they signal, right, that the public should be considered to obey whatever the police has said.
I know the safety tips are good, but enforcing it as a law made by them is the area I'm having little listening. I think the House of Assembly should do that. Thank you.
All right. 0810-9510951. That's the number that you can call. 0810-9510951. Like I said, it is backed by the authority given to the IGP in the Police Act 2020. So these press releases are automatically treated as law, right? These directives are automatically treated as law. 0810-9510951. Welcome. Welcome to Today FM. Yes, Area Talk.
Yeah, Comrade Kabari, I called back. I think there seems to be a disconnect from the River State government and the police authority in River State. Now look at it. Do you know that there is so much distrust in the police architecture of this country? And I'm sure this is what also triggered the last brother's question. Are you with me?
I can hear you.
Now, the governor is the person who was supposed to... Now, we are not even going that route. Let us look at it this way. Does the government take into consideration... I mean, do they look at this, their policy, they say they are rolling out, they don't look at it from the pros and cons, because it is impeding on the right of the people.
So you think
this is how you want to
so you think there should have been some form of community engagement before this was put out?
Are you there, man?
I'm asking you. I'm saying, do you think there should have been some form of community engagement before this conclusion was made? You don't think that the police understands that it is suitable to help curb these menaces at least for some time?
Let me answer that. Now, of course, everything that has to do with insecurity you must carry the communities along. The communities must have a stake in it.
Okay.
But then I am not taking that as a part of the I am looking at the fraudulent intent of people that would be delegated, okay, or given the power to do what? Enforce whatever law that the government have done.
All right then.
Remember, I made a statement before. I said this is a means too of opening office.
All right, Comrade Kabari, let's let others call in. Welcome to Today FM. It's
Good
Area
evening.
Talk. Good evening.
This Honorable Crooks.
Okay.
It's quite unfortunate that Nigerian states don't really want to take eye and see poor people or people that don't have much. If they want to create another state for poor people, they should open up and tell, if you know that you don't have money to buy Jeep, buy.
Oh, your call dropped. Call again. Right. Welcome. It's Today FM, Area Talk.
Hello, Quino.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
The Area Talk, that's eyewitness.
No, this is Area Talk. You call back from 8 p.m. for eyewitness. Welcome to Area Talk.
Hello.
Yes, good evening. Turn down the volume on your listening device. Goodie, welcome.
You see, everybody, I have seen communities who decide what Okada will collect and where by Okada will stop. And some certain things, you can make law, if not even law. You can decide this is how I want in my community. Police, so far as they are the security agents in this state, they can decide this is what we want to make peace. Because if there are misunderstanding, if there are problems, if there are chaos in the state, it's still the same police that will suffer it. Before you know it, you stress them. If the state governor, the House of Assembly, as many that...
Why are your calls dropping? Welcome to Area Talk on Today FM. What's your name?
My name is Victor.
All right, go on, please.
Hello, they say they want to stop.
It's stopped already. There's that restriction. Tricycles and motorcycles, 10 p.m.
That will cause more crisis because the crowd that will be trekking around that 10 o'clock will be more. I don't know what they are doing. That will cause more crisis because people are.
Why are your calls dropping? Welcome to Today FM Area Talk. Are you there?
I'm there.
Okay, go on, please. Yes, Wellington, the network on your end is poor. Call again, please. Welcome to Today FM. It's Area Talk.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, like what I was saying before.
Okay, Honorable Chris. Yeah.
Let me say, do you know that there is some community where keke or motor cannot even have access to? I don't really understand. So why must every time government want to bring a law, draconian law that will infringe on the citizens' rights, even poor people in the community cannot even breathe? I don't really understand what is going on. Now you are telling us that nobody should make use of tricycle or say after 10 o'clock. What of the people that are living in some of the areas? You can walk like from here like to my one. It's supposed to drop you at the junction. I don't really understand. Do you think that this Nigerian government, they operate on the same level with us? I know. It's not good though. Unless they will map up where poor people go and live, at their load and live. When their own children are going with the Prado Jeep, none of them want to know what other poor people are suffering. Poor people that are living in better house, it doesn't concern them.
All right.
I am telling you, this Nigerian government and this Nigerian state should map up a place where poor people can pack their load and go. Let them stay in their GRA. Now, the normal small place or other poor people now staying, they are bringing their own problem again. They are moving around with their Jeep and their tinted glass. Nobody is stopping them.
All right, then.
On no plate number. God will see all of us through with them.
All right. Welcome to Area Talk. Are you there? Welcome to Area Talk.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
As I was talking, you see, when you come to the community...
Turn off the volume
all right.
on your listening device.
As I was, when some community, they decide how much you will collect. They decide where you will stop. They decide what time will you stop. Most of the local governments have done it. They will decide, do not go on with this. By this time, we stop Okada, maybe Ipere local government or somewhere. They will restrict Okada. You see, what this...
All right, that call dropped. If you just tuned in, this is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's Area Talk, and there's been a press release by the River State Police Command saying that in line with the directives of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, under the leadership of the Commissioner of Police, River State Command, CPO Lumenga Adepoju, the River State Police Command wishes to remind members of the public that the existing restriction on the movement of tricycles from 10 p.m. remains fully in force across the state, while operators and owners are strongly advised to comply strictly with this directive. This enforcement takes immediate effect as part of intensified efforts to curb the growing menace of one-chance robberies, abductions, and other violent crimes in Rivers State, with a stern warning that any individual or group found involved in such criminal activity will be decisively dealt with in accordance with the law. Now, in furtherance, the command's proactive crime prevention strategy, CPR Adepoju, has also directed the implementation of the following security measures, which will take effect from the 18th of May 2026. That's a week today. Right. This is Monday. Yes, a week today, 18th of May. Now, no commercial keke bus should be fitted with tinted glass or covered in any manner capable of concealing the identity of passengers or occupants. Any commercial keke bus found violating this directive will be impounded, while the operator will be arrested and prosecuted accordingly. Now, the covering, alteration, driving without plate number, or concealment of vehicle plate numbers is strictly prohibited. Now, the Commissioner of Police has directed the arrest of offenders without hesitation. The use of unregistered vehicles within the state is prohibited and will no longer be tolerated. Owners and operators of such vehicles advised to regularize their documentation without delay. And there are some safety tips that the command shared, especially for one-chance crimes. I'll give you those tips, and also emergency lines and control room numbers that you can reach out to. But what are your thoughts about this? Now, it's been on. It's just a kind reminder. I mean, the 10 p.m. from 10 p.m. restricted motorcycles and tricycles. Maybe because the command is about to take enforcement really seriously. If anyone is seen, any tricycle or motorcycle is seen after 10 p.m. And then from the 18th, unregistered vehicles, covered plate numbers or number plate numbers, and then keke buses with tinted glasses impounded, the driver arrested. 0810-9510951. What are your thoughts? That's the number that you can call. It's Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brother Ngo. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Go on, please.
Yeah, you see, if you check the Police Act, this is one of the steps that act talks about. That is the police job. One of the major work of the police is prevention of crime. And this is one of the steps that is taken to prevent crime. I don't know why people should be talking that. It is their duty to prevent crime. Prevent crime, arrest, detect, all those things, offenders. It's one of the steps to prevent crime. Is this order that is given now. This order that is given. So people should obey so that crime will be reduced in our community. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Welcome to Today FM. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Yeah. Queen, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome to Today FM. It's Area Talk.
I'm calling from Ajib area of Port Harcourt.
Please go on.
Yeah. Really, I don't know why each time government, other state governments, and federal government through police want to initiate a security plan or security measures. They only come to the poor man, the one that the poor man is using to feed himself. The keke. How many times they hear that they use keke kidnap person? How many times they say they use keke go assassinate somebody? But all these private cars, now some people use to commit all these serious crimes. But they can't go after them. All these private cars that have no any color, no identification. You know, they are not taxi, they are not just like private cars. That is the ones people use to commit all these heinous crimes. The police will not go after them. But the one poor man always used to feed himself. And every time, ban them. Every time, stop them. Every time, stop them. It's not too good. We are creating more poverty. We are creating, This government is creating more poverty than alleviating the poverty, which they claim they come to fight. I don't like it. Don't like it at all.
All right,
tell them.
Welcome to Area Talk.
Wait.
Yes, welcome, Wellington.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you. Go on, please.
Wait, Chima, let me advise the distinguished Commissioner of Police, Rivers State. What he needs to do is to send the special squad. This is an information. Go to Oyimi flyover. Comb the flyover. Go to Rumufushi flyover. Comb the flyover. Go to Maiwan. Comb the flyover. Go to Eneka. Comb the flyover. Is it taking notes?
I can hear you. Go on.
That is what you first of all do. Go to Market Junction, Rumola flyover, come those flyovers. Make sure nobody's around there by 10. Begin to that is the critical areas. People go there in daylight. People go to all you meal in daylight, 8 o'clock. They start young girls, market women, collect their bags. Start first. Drop at that junction, and you expected them to trek to their house. How do they trek to their house? Wait, then this time to 12 o'clock. I'm not there. And if any van decide to collaborate with those boys, that policeman should be arrested, dismissed, and be imprisoned.
All right.
God bless you.
All right, Wellington. This message here says, good evening, beautiful presenter. My area talk is about one chance criminals activity in River State. River State government should do everything humanly possible to unmask those criminals behind such evil and dangerous business. From Dr. Prince Nelson. They're already doing something. This is what they are offering. What's your thoughts about it? Welcome to Today FM. It's area talk.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
This is Olo, diplomatic from Eneka.
Welcome, Olo.
This matter now, I want to add to what Wellington just said. To stop all this criminality and all this in university, it's very simple. Amechi did it in his time. I don't know why. From yesterday to Siminala Yefubara, it seems to look as if all these touts, all these boys hanging on the road every day, collecting money, go to, just like when you go to Oyimi now. The other day I went to Oyimi, that was how they nearly stole my car from me, all in the name of they wanted to collect money that I don't know of. If not that I stood my ground, that was how they would just drag me, fight me, and take my car and run away. My car would just go like that. So if they really want to stop this one chance and criminality in River State, first of all, they have to start banning all these illegal tickets and illegal collection of money on the roadside. They should stop it, because these people, they are also still adding to the people that are committing all these crimes, and it's helping them to start building up their different criminal groups. Different criminal groups. If you go to Rukboku, there is one popular Ashawo quarter very close to the flyover there. That is the Rukboku, their section of these criminals that are collecting money up and down, harassing people. That is their bus stop. Go there in the night, you see the kind of courtesan activities that is going on there.
All right.
So they should stop all these things. It will help us. The River State Police Command, thank God, this is like Tunji Disu. 3-1 Disu. This man is ready to sanitize the police force and is ready to work for the nation. So they should use this opportunity to start getting out all these people collecting illegal money on the road stopping this illegal courtesy.
All right, welcome to Area Talk.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
It's Queen of the Radio. My name is Martin Samechi.
All right, Martins, go on, please.
I'm calling from Elelawan. To me, very nice security measures. Very nice measures. But the problem is that the police herself will not make it work. Because the police, we all use the road. The police is only after collecting their Roger, 200, 100, and not after what the driver does or what the vehicle does on the road. So it is the police that has formulated this policy that will also make the policy not to work until we sanitize the police system. These policies, as beautiful as they are, will not go anywhere, will not help matters. It will only create shopping to some of them. And it's very, very unfortunate.
All right. Welcome to Today FM. It's Area Talk. Welcome to Today FM. It's Area Talk.
Yeah, Mr. Kure is my name, please.
All right, go on, please.
Yeah, the issue of police bans by 10 o'clock for Keke I think the police have not done well. Now, why am I saying this thing? We have been hearing on one chance. And in one chance, the matter is very complex. Complex in the sense that most of the people that call are talking about white keke bus. And I said that let the River State government bring a policy that any motor that do not have a River State color, it should not be on the road. If you go to Lagos, you bear the color. And it's only written on the wall of the vehicle, only written the number of that vehicle. And if that vehicle commits a crime, everybody will know that vehicle has a number. And not only the plate number, they're only written on the body. That policy should be there. Then when he said, by 10 o'clock, let keke should not move. How about the white keke bus that are bringing the problem? That is the question we're supposed to know ourselves. How about other motors that are bringing the problem? So let's not get a uniform policy that will bring everybody's sanity to the state. Because most of the criminals come at early in the morning, come at the evening, come at 4 o'clock, so you can see that there's no particular time to say this is the time we are talking about. So the white keke is very, very important. So when you are talking about keke, they should be specified. Either keke bus or this keke, but this keke white motor are the cause of the problem. Thank you very much, please.
All right. This message says, okay, is this a message now? Okay. Voice recording. Let's listen.
Yeah, Queen, good evening once again. 10 billion. Queen, for me, yes, in as much as police, they have to start from somewhere. I think, in order, to me, that thing is even far. In as much as I don't enter KK, which I will never enter for life. So to me, I've heard a lot of people being victimized by this tout, So like some have said, some of them are hanging the flyover. They should also combo this flyover. So to me, it should have been around 89. Because then it will be, it will be scanty now. They can see rob by that time and go their way. Yes, that 10 is too far for me. Yes, at least 89. I don't see what person is still doing outside by 10 unless those who work in late hour. It's understandable. They will find another alternative because that 10 they will still do committing the atrocity and still go because that 10 is late. The road will be scanty. So for me, police in the right track. If you are looking for how to chop this, that, removing food from people, mama, can you allow people criminality to hide in the name of a poor man doing business? You are committing atrocity. No, it doesn't work in that way. The civil crime can be low. Is my opinion.
All right. Let's see this text message here. They want to ban keke drivers from operating 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. How long would it last? One chance robbery does take place in the day and night. Has police lost idea how to tackle insecurity in the state? Police officers are busy collecting offering from motorists leaving their work. Commissioner of Police should look for a workable solution and tackle the insecurity. Some people's business is in the night. Thank God, ability at Tuibu. Okay, welcome to Area Talk.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, once again, can I shock you about this restriction? Do you know that...
Honorable Chris, you called earlier.
Some of the KKs that are running on through YK, do you know that they are paying police some 20,000, 50,000 to run?
All right, let me take other calls. Welcome. Are you there? Welcome to Area Talk. Welcome to Area Talk.
Queen, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Queen, if I want to say, if grammar and really out of policies was what would build a nation, Nigeria would have been greater than China. Because our leaders, the authorities, they are full of grammar and reminder of policies which are never implemented, which are never, which are never worked on. Because this issue of banning, this thing has been on. But let me bring them to artillery, from artillery to Rumotara here. Or is it from Eliozu to Eleme, or even in the Kwele local government here, from Choba to inside of those villages? If you come by 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, you still see this thing. So what these policies are doing is automatically emboldening corruption, because police now sees it as an opportunity to rip the people off, to extort money. Because if you go to artillery now, every police station, if you go to artillery, the Okporo police station there, it has become not checkpoint, but collection center.
especially from that, after the expiration of that their time, any of these vehicles that is crossing there, you just have to, it has become mandatory that you pay because you go foul of the law. You understand? So it is not just about reminding us like they do every day. We know what it says, but it is their duty. I mean, the police now, it is their duty to follow it up. Come to my tray. We talked about sometime, was it last 2 months or so, when the commissioner, yes, the commissioner of police, came in unexpectedly on those people that are those policemen at the USC roundabout there. Everybody was celebrating that the man. What happened after that? That after that day, the next day or the next 2 days, these policemen came back and they are there till tomorrow. They are there till tomorrow, collecting money from people. So this is all these rhetorics they are not necessary. This is just a boldly corruption, giving them this thing to collect money from people, extort money from people. They are telling us which in the first place, which keke, commercial keke,
right.
on tinted glass. Do they wind up their?
All right. Take other calls, and I'd also go through some of the tips that the command gave. Good evening, Ma. Please, according to Wellington, he has said it all. See, is the police that is adding them, mostly Diobu area. Thanks from Chief. Okay, adding them. Trying to understand that, but okay. Thank you for texting. Here are the safety tips against one-chance crimes. Members of the public are advised to observe the following precautionary measures to avoid falling victim to one-chance criminals. Now, avoid boarding tricycles, motorcycles, or vehicles from isolated or poorly lit locations, especially at night. Be cautious of vehicles carrying suspicious or unusually aggressive occupants. Avoid entering vehicles with covered or heavily tinted interiors where occupants cannot be clearly identified. Share your trip details or destination with trusted relatives or friends whenever possible. Refrain from openly displaying cash, mobile phones, jewelry, or other valuables while in transit. Ensure the vehicle can be opened from outside and inside on entry. Don't agree to sit in the middle of already seated passengers. Members of the public are advised to discreetly document or snap the vehicle and its registration number before boarding and send to a relation to the notice of the occupants. When you do not feel safe inside on getting off the vehicle immediately. In the event of any suspicious movement or emergency, immediately contact the nearest police division or the command's emergency lines below. Now, here are some of those emergency lines. Complaint response units. You have 0705 760 5209. I'll take that number again. 0705 760 5209. The other number is 0705 760 5256. 0705 760 5256. The other one is 0812 082 2987. 0812 082 2987. And the last one is 0707 232 3049. That is 0707 232 3049. And for the control room, the number is 0803 200 3514. 0803 200 3514. All right, so these are the numbers that you can contact. I mean, some of your concerns have also been relayed on social media platforms. We've had some people argue the timing. Some people think, all right, it's a way to help curb insecurity in the state. I'll have other people who argue it, saying that it's not, it doesn't help at all. So, but then this is what the police command is saying, and I hope that maybe they take into cognizance some of the thoughts that have been said by you. On Facebook, someone says nonsense ideas that will not be of any help. Instead of him to give his boys marching order to stop collecting money from motorists and focus on normal stop and search, that will go a long way, over 70% to help us reduce the crime. Okay. All right, I don't think we have any more messages. No, we don't. All right, that's it. Eyewitness reports in about 5 minutes. So just get ready with your thoughts. I mean, any concerning thought, anything you've noticed that you think you need to call the attention of authorities or even individuals to be careful about. Eyewitness reports in 4 minutes here on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for reaching out, text, calls, and WhatsApp messages. I heard this that okay, I'll take this on Eyewitness Report. Good evening. It's still Today 95.1 FM. I am Queen Chima.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's that time to hear from you and hear what is happening around you, maybe around you, your vicinity, somewhere far that you notice, just anything at all that you think it's important to call to the notice of the public or call to the notice of certain authorities, or maybe the government. The government is all encompassing. You may want to be specific, maybe the police, the state government, and that's why it is Eyewitness Report. And this is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's 7 minutes past 8, Monday, May 11, 2026. Let's begin with these messages that dropped that I think is eyewitness worthy. And the first one is that, good evening, Today FM. There is something I want to report. I want the River State government to look into what some of the school principals are doing. They're extorting money from the students, CSS in Delhi. They're really crying because of what the principal is doing. Please, you people should go for proper investigation. All right, thank you for that message there. That's a text message. And then there's this one that said, I saw that earlier. Why is this doing this? Okay, just give me a second. Okay, I'm going to attend to this first, then this one. All right, so the number to call is 0810-9510-951, and you can give your eyewitness report. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome. It's Eyewitness Report.
Yes, good evening, sister.
Good evening.
My name is Wonderful Jesus. I'm from Mopana community and local government. That's my local government.
Please go on.
I'm engaged on this state. Please, I'll be complaining to 2023 now. What we need to Mopana here. Mopana is Patakoto. Mopana is local government here. When you're walking this Patakot ring road, this was over flyover behind Mopana Junction here. They are announcing Minister of War and the Commissioner of War announcing the whole radio station, even Wazobia, Nigeria Info, Cool FM, the whole radio station in River State Port here. Let car, motor, whatever they're going, let them pass this through Mopana Deeper Life Road. This Deeper Life Road now, I'm telling you about, is NDC that work it. Let me greet NDC. NDC try a lot at Mopana here. NDC gave us 3 standard roads where they call Omaro, NDC do it. Where they call OK Street, NDC do it. Where they call Deeper Life, NDC do it. They gave us light too. NDC gave us this street light, solar light, everywhere is shining. I remember when my minister, ACT minister, was the governor of this university, Chibasanyi Wike gave us standard road. Road can be connected to Choba in the port. We just go to Batozoba, they can pass through Mopana connect to Choba. When former governor Rotimi Amechi, the former minister of transportation, gave us government school, as I'm talking, the last school is for sure. But this present government has not done anything. Look at the road NDC gave us. They have scattered this road when they are walking to the Cotton Road. We now cannot go our house because that road. The roads are bad. And I'm seeing that this Cotton Road there, this is all a flyover, has opened it. Whether the commission or the non-commission, is not my business. I'm seeing people now passing there. They have abandoned this Deeper Life Road that helps everybody. Going my trail, no more. Even them government pass here. Commissioners, House of Assembly, all of them, they pass here, connect their office. Right. Now, I'm calling the government.
All right. Welcome to Eyewitness Report. Speak. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Queen, the streets of Port Harcourt are still eyesore, especially from Choba to Ozone. I mean sanitation-wise. And of late, I'm beginning to see some news drops, and it's as if they want to, be up and doing this time. But I'm still wondering, what is will still happening. That almost everywhere in Port Harcourt is still us, and I saw us. We've been complaining about nothing is changing.
Nothing is changing.
Nothing is changing. Go from Toba to Ozoba at least. You will see. Street is littered everywhere. Everywhere is kind of stinky. I don't think it is nice.
It obviously isn't right now. It obviously isn't right. That's you're moving around.
I think that's the least the government can do. It's the least thing.
Do you know
anybody that says hello? Go ahead. I think it's big too. I don't see the big. I don't see what is there.
Absolutely.
So I think
Thank you so much.
You should wake up to that. Then, Queen, I said something during the last segment. We were here sometime. Was it last month that the commissioner of police came to? At least I was around my thread that day. That USA rant about what it is when it comes to police. While they stop money from drivers on both sides of the road. One day, it was even in the news, I was around there when the commissioner of police bumped in on them. He made some statements, even invited the people, and everybody was celebrating as if that was, that was one good thing that happened. But do you know that 2 days and 3 days after that day, this man came back to that road, and they are there, even as we are talking
All right,
now.
then. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Yeah. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
This is Onu from Anaka.
Welcome, Onu.
My eyewitness is concerning the Nigerian NEPA. I thought they said they have changed the Minister of Power. Minister of Darkness have resigned. Do they employ another Minister of Darkness? They should give us light. They should give us Minister of Power. We are tired of this Minister of Darkness that they are giving us.
What area is that? What area?
Eneka. This is trafficator. That is what they are doing. They will just trafficate the light. They will take it. They will take it. I don't understand what is happening in this country anymore. We are paying for darkness. They have given us bill like this that I'm about to even pay tomorrow or next. And I will pay for darkness. If our light have issue, we will be the one to fix it. If our transformers, we are even on the process of contributing about 100 and something thousand naira per each landlord for us to acquire another transformer. Then what is NEPA doing for us? Okay, give us the light. It's also a problem. This is very bad though.
I don't know if some of the challenges, most of the challenges have been fixed. So because there was a transition of government, there was, we had Adelabu resign and we had another person take over office. He promised to do his best. But some of the challenges that have, that still bedevils that sector is still there, from the fragility of the national grid to generation constraints, and just a lot of them. The meeting gap is still there. The financial instability in that sector. All right, so most of these challenges will not automatically be fixed, right? Because what is the population? How many megawatts are we generating, right? How many? Just about 4,000 to 5,000. So, all right. Welcome to Eyewitness Report. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, my name is Ebi Samuel. I'm calling you from Rokoko.
Welcome, Ebi Samuel. Please go on.
Yes, thank you. My eyewitness is concerning my area in the Igbo Estate. The internal routes need government presence, because we are not enjoying anything called this democracy that we are in now.
Where is that again? Where?
In that school estate, Rukboko.
Oh, Rukboko. Oh, okay.
Yes. Like today now, you see there's water everywhere. You have to put your shoe before you walk through that road there, because it's very, very bad.
Really sad.
So yes. So what is the dividends of democracy that we are enjoying? They are not sharing money with us. They are not giving us anything. even just to do the road for us. Let at least be part of those who are enjoying this so-called democracy. We don't even have that road. Light, as I'm talking to you now, there's no light. No light.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, and secondly, that ShopRite at the Aba Road, there's a big pothole there that still needs government presence. Those who are in charge of this fixing of these roads should go and fix it, because that place now will cause accident. It's very deep now, very deep pothole is there. That is my eyewitness report.
Thank you so much for that report. Thank you. Welcome to Today FM Eyewitness Report.
Thank you. Good evening, presenter.
Good evening. My name is Queen. What's your name?
Queen. My name is Alabo Manuel from Abonima.
All right, Alabo, go on, please.
Yeah, you see, the local government chairman in Akukotoro, is it different from the one in Eshe? They're all having the same allocation every end of the month. The man in Eshe is working very hard. He's building quotas for the councillors. He has bought cars for the councillors. The one in Akutoro is not even doing all those things for the councillors. Even like for instance, now when the National Assembly they were sworn in newly, they allocated money for their cars. All of us were shouting in Nigeria, there's a billion for cars for the assembly members. Is it different from the local government? Is the councillors are not supposed to have a car as a councillor that works in the council as a councillor representing the people? I mean, because if you go to the council area, you see a lot of them are trekking with foot. He has given himself a new car. Why not provide cars for the councillors in Akukutoro area? Yeah, for the councillors. And also provide them accommodation, give them accommodation allowance also. It's supposed to be like that too. That's like all legislators in Nigeria, what they do to them. The assembly members too, when they came in, money was allocated to them, cars were allocated to them. Is it different from the local government?
All right. Welcome to Eyewitness Report. Yes, good evening. Sorry? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you clear.
Okay, your network is poor, but go on, please.
Okay, I hope you are hearing me now.
It's better.
Okay. Hello.
Oh, call again, please. Your network is poor. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Hello, good evening, my dear Queen.
Good evening, welcome.
Yes, my eyewitness is this. I am known as Mr. Eddie Barry from Ogodeland.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
My eyewitness is this. Yes. I'm a staff of Thai local government council. I was employed 2013 from local government service commission from Rivers State government. I'm posted to Thai local government. I've served for 14 years. The Thai local government chairman, Friday Mbakone, I met in 2013, 2016, 2021, 2024. On 2016, our salary was withholding 12 million naira. The staff, what do you call, salary was withholding. He had meeting with us several times. He told us that he left office 2018 for Jokos Bina to put our salary. But knowing to him, the interest rate dropped that time until he came back in 2021. The others are one enjoying in that 2021. Until that 2016, I will hold him. The one is provoking me that I'm making to call you now is that the local government council of Rivers State that paid all the staff, local government staff salary, April 2024. Until now, Mbakona have not paid us about April 2026 salary. I don't know what the man is doing with our salary. Other local government chairmen have paid. They all went to Jack on a Wednesday last week, February 14th.
And today is already 11th of May.
Almost two weeks now.
Is this been?
The local government,
has this been a consistent delay? Right? I mean, January, the same thing. February, March.
consistently, not only down but consistently. Last year, December, this might be up to 30th of December. Well, they prepare to the 4th. Even this April, if you don't press on April, we're going to go on 5 days on the day of April.
So what is the excuse? Any report from them? What are they saying? What's the excuse?
I say other local government are paid. I don't know what is the problem of Uber, local government chairman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Have you heard anything from the local government as to why there's a delay?
So I call. I mean, other staff of that local government have called me since I call other angry. They have really come to say I don't know.
Right.
I call support. They say don't know why the man is delay our salary.
Thai local government.
I call this one. I don't know the delay of the salary. We are all family men. I have 3 children, 4 children. I don't want them amount out to feed. They are paying money. They are salary consistently. Our access to that feed. He told it enough.
Thank you.
5 months about 4 months.
Thank you. I'm sure this calls him out. Welcome to Today FM. Is Eyewitness Report.
Welcome. My name is Honorable Abia, calling from Buguma City outside the local government.
All right, please go on.
Quickly, I want to appreciate the local government chairman outside the local government and the CHU. This afternoon I saw the elderly one, the elderly one. They were trooping in our general hospital. Fantastic. I'm happy. And again, do you know that he has bought a speedboat? As I thought, it's not. Some of the places are not motorable. Some of the rural areas are not motorable. They have bought a speedboat for the youth corpers and health workers for them to be using. I think I'm happy. Then some time ago, someone was complaining that their community, there is no light. Now, so we are talking, there is light in Asaitoro. Asaitoro, we are enjoying light. But those communities, the chairman of peace is putting it now. They are working on it to ensure that those people should have light to the national grid. So I think the chairman is doing well. I must appreciate him. These are what we call dividends of democracy. If the fiber water is working, the health center is working, the education sector. And again, I must remind you, I want to appeal with him. Some of the dilapidated education, the primary schools, they should put heads together so that we know that we have a smooth educational sector. For now, I think the Asaito local government chairman is doing perfectly well with us. He's just working for the councillors. I think that is what I'm happy. Just like that Torman was saying, Asaito, I think there is no cause of alarm. The security sector, they are doing perfectly well. So let me give appreciation to the chairman. God bless you.
Welcome to Eyewitness Report on Today FM.
My sister, could call, please. Yeah, my eyewitness is in a Gruta. Last time I said it's likely the missile America are giving affecting the Gruta while holding here. But the question I want to ask our people who now mushroom in going to people to vote for them. How can a local government, right now local government allocation has increased to 15 trillion. 15 trillion. And that's why every local government man now is going on to do anything in his local government. So why must NEPA become a problem to any local government chairman? He cannot pay for his people. There is no water for people to drink. Many people not because of private boreholes. There is nothing to write home. So why are you struggling to go to where you cannot even create, even farming, nothing to write home? To me, I think as if another party should come and say, we can suffer in the hand of PDP and APC in River State here. And God will save us one day. Thank you very much, please.
All right. You said trillion. I'm not aware of trillion, right? I'm only aware of billions, not trillions. Welcome to Today FM. It's Eyewitness Report. Yes.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, good evening.
I am calling you from Echie.
Welcome.
Yes, madam. I have an eyewitness report, ma'am.
Please go on. What is it?
So, where I'm focusing now is my local government, Echie.
Mm-hmm.
So, since the creation of Echie, I have never heard that there is any chairman that is a senator, if not this present one now. This is our first time of being that seat, being a chair people. Why is it that up to now, I have never seen something tangible that come out from our senator, from a chair? Let me point you one or two things that you're supposed to do for us. In a chair and Omoma, We are different local governments is controlling the two. We don't have bank. There's no single bank. When we want to do anything transaction, we go to Port Harcourt or Equator. Okay, another thing, look at our roads. This road that we are talking about now, last Sunday, about 1 or 2 or 3 people died here. That is always like that.
What road is that, please?
What road is road.
Okay.
The Chill Road from Chokoche, Chokoche. Supposed to be double lane. They stop it at Chokoche. The road is supposed to be double lane to Imo State because it's a federal road. Through this our senator now, because he has connection with the federal. He's working with federal government. He can order for it.
Okay.
Okay, look at we don't have. When we're talking of hospital, that one says a chair as a whole. There's no general hospital that is in existence. Okay, in a chair, we have what is called that Delta Rubber, and the one funny thing is that the backyard of this my senior man senator. This Delta Rubber company, this government company that's supposed to revive back. Let it start working. And these people that will be employed here, people. Before, if you read here, people were employed here. That is a company that was employing people. At the end of the day, the thing closed. And now that we have the senator, we have the man from a chair. We're supposed to put height in all these things because I don't know if this thing can reach us again. You understand? So we don't have anything. If not this, our local government chairman. If not our local government chairman, that is bringing a chair name up in the radio. That nothing. It really have been hearing a chair in the radio. That small boy. Even though that boy, that man, that's our local government chairman that brought by Ephraim. That is why I'm still praising Ephraim up to today. Yeah. Nothing cannot be hearing about a chair. Okay. We have senator from a chair. This is about first time of hearing that a chairman is a senator. But nothing has been happening. Nothing cannot go to a chair and see and point out one thing. Point out one project that is done by him. We have a collection work that from Omoma. He's a House of Representative. Yes. He's representing a chair in Omoma. Yeah. Nothing. He cannot find out anything that he has done in Omoma in the chair. What are we talking about?
Sad.
Why we
all right. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Queen, greetings again to call back from my own.
Okay, Eto. Your network was disturbing earlier, right?
I understand, yeah.
All right, go on, please.
So, I don't know. Nigeria is very, very tiring. I don't know everything in Nigeria. Why is it that somebody cannot just born in this country and have one benefit from the country? Okay. Nothing to benefit, nothing to proud about born from this country.
Nothing at all?
I'm talking about on my own side. Nothing I need to make the matter worse. I born in 1st October with this country. Makes so tiring to me. So I don't know. Everywhere. And they are talking about politics. They are not killing. If they are not sending you to go and commit crime, you can't benefit from government.
So what's your eyewitness report? Do you have any? The call dropped. Welcome to Today FM Eyewitness Report.
Yes, good evening, Queen Chima.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, I remember Chigozi from Odo.
Chigozi, welcome.
Thank you. How is your work?
Work is fine, thank God. Thank you for asking.
Let me go straight to my point. My eyewitness is this: like, I will keep on complaining, I will keep on calling through this platform of Today FM. I am using this medium to beg the Honorable Chairman of Emo local government, led by Dr. Chiti Lloyd, to do the needful for people of Emo local government at large. Please, in the name of God Almighty, I'm begging you, give us light so that our children can fetch water, go to school freely in the morning.
All right.
Again, I'm also begging, I'm also using this medium to appeal to authority of Today FM. Please, Queen Chima, come to
true strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Well, it's still Eyewitness reporting today, 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Let's see some messages. Good evening, Queen. My eyewitness report is about our bad road at Umuchiolu Farm Road. Please, we need the presence of state, local government, and NDDC representative. Ugochukwu Ewule. All right, Ugochukwu, thank you for texting. Good evening, beautiful Queen. At Rumuchika, Eleparon, no light for about a month now. Tell PAGDC to give us light, please. Brango Ezekiel, PAGDC. Leparon, no light. About a month. All these boys that will be recruited with stick, what happened to them? Okay. The access road leading to where? Army Range, Igurita, is in a deplorable state. Please let the governor come to our rescue. Donald from Igurita. There are too many VIO officers terrorizing motorists in Port Harcourt. Donald from Igurita. This person says, wait, though. I feel like asking some questions, but let's just continue taking calls. I would still ask the question at the end of the show. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Because my line went off, so that I should come back again.
Yes, go on.
From a chair. I was talking about a chair.
Yes, wrap up your thoughts, please.
Hello, ma.
Yeah, I can hear you. I said wrap up your thoughts, please.
Okay, ma. So what I was saying is that since I was born in a chair, I've never heard that a chairman has been in the Senate seat. Please, this time now we are on the seat now. Let our senior man, let you do something for chair people. Because I don't know when after this turn, or maybe he can go back to another turn, but I don't know when it will reach us again.
All right,
let them do something now. We don't have hospital. We don't have good roads. The road we have is tiny. They can expand the road.
All right. Welcome to Eyewitness Reports on Today FM.
Good evening to you.
Yes,
Chima.
Good evening.
Queen.
Robin Maja, good evening.
God bless you. Queen, before I go to my eyewitness report, you refused to send me greetings on my birthday yesterday.
Oh my goodness. I sincerely apologize. Belated happy birthday, Robin Maja the farmer. And I wish you all the best that the season brings.
Thank you so much. Queen, I do not know whether any official of River State government are using Aba Road from Borough Park to Eleme Junction. I don't know whether they are using that road. If they do not use the road, I am calling on their attention. Either Ministry of Urban Development or Environment, I don't know, it's the statutory body. Under those overhead bridges that lies through Aba Road from Borough Park, particularly that of the house under those. The police is not.
Robin Maja, your network is disturbing you. Can you adjust to something?
Oh, the network is disturbing.
It's better now. Go on, please.
Okay. The Commissioner of Police, River State Command, telling me that he doesn't see those people. And these areas are all manned by divisional police officers under jurisdiction of DPOs. These last build houses, makeshift has come down in the heart of Port Harcourt. And no government official is saying anything. They sleep there. I'm afraid of where we are getting to, whether we are retrogressing or we are progressing.
All right, Robin Maja.
And from Rumukushi to Eleme Junction, there's a pile of death in the median of the road in Port Harcourt. Thank you. God bless you and bless you there.
All right. 0810951091. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Yes,
Yes.
Hey, good evening, Peter.
Good evening. Good evening, Peter.
Yes, thank you.
Mm.
As the rainy season is coming, I no longer sleep. I begin to think how I will navigate from now to December.
Why are you not sleeping?
From Graceland, the road leading to Graceland,
Okay.
to Peace Estate. Graceland to Peace Estate.
Mm.
That is the road where on radio, on television, you'll be hearing flood in Oyibo.
Okay.
This is the season. The season has come again.
Yeah. This Graceland, what's the closest or most popular junction or something to it?
By Graceland, by O Road.
Okay.
By O Road.
Okay.
O Road, yes. So nobody is talking anything. Our state, we don't have a government. The government is run from Abuja.
We do have a government.
So I don't know.
We have a governor.
I don't know who.
His name is Siminala Yefubara.
Okay, with a year like that. But all we know is that the state is run from Abuja. Yes. So I don't know who I will run to, who I will go and beg for them to come and help us, give us an access road where we can be using. It is pathetic. I wish one day you just take a trip. So we go here, out of that great land, to Peace Estate. You will wonder how the people here are living.
Sad.
Very sorry indeed.
All right.
I don't know what to do. We look unto God. Probably one day, a God-fearing man will come to this state and rule this state. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome to Today FM, your eyewitness report.
Hello, Lady Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Hello?
I can hear you. Good evening.
Lady Queen, my name is Everest. I'm calling from Cuba.
Everest, how are you doing?
Fine.
Okay. Are you sure you're fine?
I'm very fine. Excellent fine.
Okay, so what's your eyewitness report?
Okay. My Lady Queen, I don't know whether you know this West mechanic.
I know very well.
You know very well.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Road bus to Bingita Road.
Sorry.
That leads to Igbo Road.
That leads to where?
That first mechanic road linked to Obingita Road that bus to road. They are all the same.
Is it this first mechanic on the east-west road?
Yes, if you enter that first mechanic, go inside. The right side is called Obingita.
Okay.
That bus to Igogo Road, yes. So, I don't know.
The one that Sabinus walked on the road from a particular point to a particular point.
Yes, Sabinus walked on something. My sister, if you enter there, I will give you me account number, I will transfer money to you so that I pay transport to start that road and see what we are suffering.
I know how bad the road is. I've been there.
Yeah. I don't swim today. That's the way they do somebody in the finger.
Yeah.
They chop my leg.
Kai.
Now.
Sorry. So you need to protect your legs for now with these boots, right? And find a way to heal your feet too.
With the situation of things in this country, hardly somebody can take adequate care of his body now.
I understand. It's really sad.
We hear the script that the thing. That's what we are hearing in Rivers State every second, every day. This same used to do this election, this will they manipulate people in elections in Rivers State. They used it to the betterment Rivers State. The sky will be our day. The sky will say.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Welcome to Eyewitness Reports on Today FM. Can you hear me? Okay, the call dropped. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
God bless you, my beloved sister. Good evening.
God bless you. Good evening. My name is Queen. What's your name?
My name is Irene Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Abua Udwa in the Mago Football Clan.
All right, welcome. Go on, please.
My Eyewitness Report is to beg the executive chairman concerning lights in the Mago Football Clan.
Where's that
So
clan? What's the chairman? Who's the chairman?
Owolo P.
Okay.
I'm calling on him. It's high time he do something concerning the situation of Emago. Emago has been without no light for decades. Chairman upon chairman has come. None have achieved this. I am using this great medium that you've given to me to call him, even though he's not hearing my voice. Any person close to him, if that person could hear my voice, I'm pleading in God's name. It's high time we restore light in Emago Football Clan. I have had good water, my beloved brother, my beloved sister. Come to that clan as I talk to you. There is no good water to drink. There is nothing like healthcare.
Where do you guys source water from?
I didn't hear you come again.
What water do you drink?
My beloved sister, God bless you for that question. May God continue to bless you. From the stream, yeah, we bath. Investigate. You are a journalist. You can't do your investigation. Do it. If this thing that I'm telling you is wrong, don't pick my call.
What local government is this, please? What local government?
I said this. Abua Odua.
Abua Odua. Okay.
Abua Odua in Emago clan. I'm telling you, there is nothing like police station in that clan. Nothing like what is really happening. I asked whether there is governance in this moment of Australia. And the worst part is that my president, Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, tell me that local government now have enough money. Where is this money going, my beloved sister? Yeah.
So you're saying that the whole of that village, there's no potable water to drink.
I said, do your journalism. If I'm telling you, if I'm giving you false information, do not pick my call.
All right.
And you can do investigation. If that clan, as I talk to you, have been with light, don't pick my call.
Right.
If that clan have good health care, don't pick my call. If that clan have police station, do not pick my call. All these things that I've mentioned, my beloved sister, you're a journalist. Do investigation, do your findings. That's my case. My name remains Irene Sampson. Thank you, my sister.
All right, thank you. Welcome to Eyewitness Report on Today FM.
Yeah, my name is Praise God, APK, calling from Udima.
All right, go on, please.
Yeah, my eyewitness report is about our life, Ubima life. You know, I've been saying this for over 7 years. There is no light. There is no light in Ubima. And the thing also, we don't have, let me say, a standard hospital that where maybe say emergency might come up and someone will say, okay, let me take the patient to the hospital. Nowhere, no place, no good hospital to take care of any sick person. No place. Either you go to all these small clinics that will give you injection, and from there you will sick again. So also, and secondly, ever since our brother Mechi came down from the governor, yes, let me say that the other governor, they are not even. If you come to Ubima, you will even say, is this a place where the governor,
the former governor,
governor,
former minister?
The place look like very tata, no market. The market there is not a standard market. But you come to Ubima, you will say, is this a place where they say, okay, let me say, this place that Mechi community? It does not look like one. So I'm begging that you just give us light, even though it's that. Take it in the morning and bring it in the night. It's good, we will manage it.
How do you define a season when with just one game left, you can't determine who is going down and who the champion will be at the end of the day. This is the story of the Nigerian Premier Football League. Match day 37 just went by at the weekend. Just one more to go. Who will be champion and who are the 4 teams that will be going down at the end of the day. My name is Godwin Irak. It's Global Sports Update. I'm taking you all the way to Port Harcourt. A man who said he's been on the road more than 1,000 times covering the Nigerian League. His name is China Acheru. When we come back from this break. Many thanks for staying with us. I did say I'm taking you all the way to Port Harcourt, where China Chiro is waiting. China, thank you so very much for joining us on this edition of Global Sports Update.
I greet you, Godwin. Whenever I want me on your show, I will be here for you. It's good to be on your show today.
China, I've lost count, and I'm sure you saw a lot of games this season. How many times have you been on the road? You've done over 1,000. And how would you describe season 2025-2026 Nigerian Premier Football League season?
You see, this season is highly competitive. Just last week, I was saying with 2 match days to go, we don't know who's going to finish first, second, and third. And we don't know the 4 teams that were relegated. I was saying that last week. And now today I'm saying with 1 match day to go, we don't know who's going to win the league, who's going to finish second, or who's going to finish third. So is that competitive? So it's a competitive season, right, that is going down to the wire, both at the top and at the bottom. I'm trying to wrap my head around when was the last time we had a league like this, where on the last day, they had almost every position for grab. First, second, third, and even the fight for who survived relegation. I don't even remember, but I'm sure it's there if I research more. So it's a competitive season, and I'm really proud of being part of the NPFL this season.
Chana Achiro, talking about you being very proud being part of this season's Nigerian Premier Football League. The last time you had done over 1,000 times on the road covering Nigerian football. So where are you now? How far have you gone? How many more travels have you added to what you have aside today?
I was in Yenagoa last week for the game between Bayelsa United and Rangers, and that game was my 1,151st game. So I'm on 1,151. I'll be in Port Harcourt to watch the season-ending game between Rivers United and I think Katsina United, and that will put me on 1,152. So I'm going to end this season on 1,152 games.
That's interesting. China, let's get back to talking about this season. What would you say is the reason for the drama we are seeing in the league? Positive drama so far. What has changed? Can you tell us? I mean, like someone who follows Nigerian football, someone who has seen it all.
I think the reason why we have this drama is because Rivers United choked. I was at the previous home match of Rivers United and I asked Finidi a question at the post-match conference. And I gave him some figures. I told him that by March 21 of this season, his team had kept 14 clean sheets. 14 clean sheets from 21 matches. Apart from the loss at home to Bayelsa United, they were winning all their home matches and they were hardly losing away from home. They were either winning away from home or drawing away from home. They were not conceding goals. From the moment they ended the continental action, they couldn't find a win from anywhere. First drew at home to Eimba, then at a point they lost 4 consecutive away matches, something that could not happen in the first round. So they had these 5 outstanding matches while they were still top of the table, and all that was wiped out because they lost 4 consecutive away matches. So Rivers United choked. If they hadn't choked, this season would have been wrapped up a month ago. So that was what led to the drama, with Rivers choking, Rangers gained. And the turning point for Rangers for the game was the game in Yenagoa last week. I didn't think Rangers was going to win that game. I didn't think. Because Bayelsa was fighting relegation. But I thought Bayelsa would put up a good fight. I saw a very mature Rangers side. They clearly dominated that game in Yenagoa and they deservedly won that game 2-0. So the turning point was Rivers choking and that Rangers winning Yenagoa. That was just it. But here it is. We are in for the drama. Nothing beats drama in a league title deciding weekend.
China, as someone who lives in Port Harcourt, someone who follows Rivers United. Now, when you say Rivers choked, they have Finidi George, a man who won the league with Eimba a few seasons before he joined Rivers United. He has his lieutenant, and that Yema Olarewaju, he came to join him in Rivers. They were together in Eyimba. They have also Edward Green, another young man right there. Rivers United, a lot of persons will say, fortified that team. The only surviving Nigerian club side on the continent that got to the group stage of the CAF Champions League. China Ajeru, what happened? What choked Rivers United that didn't choke Enugu Rangers?
Finidi said it was fatigue, and you can't fault him. It was a difficult continental race, right, where they piled up, I think, 5 or 6 outstanding matches in that period. So it was a difficult continental race, and they had to play those games. They are playing 5 games in 2 weeks. It's a difficult Nigerian terrain. There was this crazy 10 days where they went from Port Harcourt to Ibadan, from Ibadan to Lagos, from Lagos to Mina, from Mina to Lafia in 10 days or so, or in 2 weeks. So he cited fatigue, and it can be faulted. The Nigerian terrain is difficult, but again, the other out of the argument will be you had a large squad and you could have rotated your players. In any case, he was on the verge of losing the title to Rangers. Now he has a chance to fight on the last day. It's not in his hands. He has to win in Port Harcourt and pray Rangers don't win in Lagos, but at least he has a chance to fight until the last day. If he had not won in Bauchi this weekend, they would have been done. Rangers would have won the league already. But that winning goal in Bauchi for Rivers United kept them in the fight for one more weekend. So they choked. He cited fatigue. He's the coach. He will know better than all of us. So I take his word for it. Fatigue.
Chana Tero, would you think this excuse of fatigue from Rivers United, from Finidi George, from the management of Rivers United, if the team don't win the league? I mean, like you said, would you say because we played on the continent and we also played at home, we couldn't just sustain the momentum? We had 4 games to play, 4 games, that's 12 solid points. They only got 1, Rivers United, a large squad. And some of the games that Rivers United lost, incredibly unbelievable, results that we got on the road. Rivers haven't won on the road until on Sunday evening when they got that win in a neutral Jos, where Wiki Tourists, who were already relegated before that game, even at that, they were trailing 2-1. They almost lost that game. And the Champions League, the fatigue was how many months ago, Chana Tero?
Well, I don't agree the fatigue was how many months ago. I'm talking about when they lost those 4 straight away games to Shooting Stars, to Ikorodu City, to Niger Tornadoes, and to Nasarawa United. When they lost those 4 away games, that was just after that last continental game. So if they see fatigue, I will accept that. Now again, you say if they fail to win the league, will I accept the excuse of fatigue? No, I won't. Port Harcourt people won't. You're already disgruntled voices in Port Harcourt for the past 3 weeks, wondering how Rivers could lose the advantage just like that, and we're now training in second place to Rangers. So Port Harcourt, Rivers would have taken that excuse of fatigue. It's not like they've won it yet or they've lost it. But I'm only asking you that if they eventually lose the title on Sunday, nobody or very few people will accept that excuse of fatigue. Like I said, the team choked. Why did they choke? Why did a team that could not be beaten in the first round start losing games recklessly? How come a team that hardly conceded goals in the first round, that kept 14 clean sheets in the first round, could hardly keep a clean sheet in the second round? Something happened somewhere. Maybe the coach said fatigue, for lack of a better word to use. I may not buy the excuse of fatigue, but like I said, I'm not the coach. I don't work with the players 5 days a week. I only watch them every weekend when they play. So that's his excuse, fatigue. But it's not won and lost yet. If they eventually lose it, to answer your question directly, I won't accept the excuse of fatigue.
Excellent. Chana Tero, now let's talk about Rangers. What is it that Fidelis Ilechukwu, the coach of the team, has done with Enugu Rangers? Who did they start the season very well? At some point, there were these complaints about Fidelis not always being with the team, he's with the national team and what have you. It's back and the team stabilized. I can't remember the last time they dropped a point. I mean, losing a game to be precise. Now they are sitting a point ahead of Rivers United. And if Enugu Rangers get a result, a win in Lagos against Ikorodu City this weekend, and Rivers United don't win at home, or even if they win, it's immaterial. I repeat again, if Rangers International come to Lagos and they beat Ikorodu City, it means that they have won the league. It doesn't matter what happens in Port Harcourt, where Rivers United will be at home. Maybe one of the things that Rivers United supporters will be holding on to is that having been beaten so badly away from home, Katsina beating Ikorodu City 4-1 at the weekend, and they are fourth on the table. A win for them will see them get into the continent. So Ikorodu City have everything to play for. So I ask again, what do you think is working for Rangers for them to be where they are today, China Jeru?
It's a mature team, right? I don't know how much of recruitment they did in the mid-season. Most a mature team I saw in Yenegua on Sunday. Then I think they have belief. Whenever Ile Chukwumosa told the boys when he returned after the AFCON, he would have been working. Like you said, people complained that he had left the team alone for too long with the Super Eagles. Remember the World Cup qualifiers, he was in and out of the team. When the World Cup qualifying playoffs in Morocco, also left the team. Then the AFCON for about a month, left the team. So when he came back, he must have instilled or reinstilled self-belief in the team, in the players. I saw a team in Yenegua that played like they were home. They scored early against Barca United, and with all the pressure from the home team who was battling relegation, they continued to soak the pressure. Then when they wanted, they went forward and got the second goal. It looked easy for them. So I would say they have mature players. They have a coach who has been there. He has done it. He has seen it all. A coach who has won the league before, who wants to win a second league title. Listen, we just have what it takes. And Ilechukwu is part of that, what it takes. Then again, it may not be just about Ilechukwu alone. It may also be about the managerial acumen of Amobi Ezeaku, the GM of the club. We know Amobi. I mean, we know his antecedents. He has been able to steady the ship at Rangers, away from the pitch. He has been able to steady the ship. And we know that football is not just about coaching on the pitch. It's all encompassing. So while the coaches will do their bit, the managers will do their bit. So I say kudos to Rangers. We don't know if they win the league, but it's all in their hands. Just win on Sunday and you're league champions. If you can't win on Sunday, then you have to be looking at Port Harcourt to hope Rivers United don't win. But it's all in their hands. Just win and you're league champions.
What a league season we are having. One game to go. No one can say this is the winner. These are the teams that will be playing in the CAF Champions League and, of course, the CAF Confederation Cup authoritatively. We also cannot tell the 4 teams that will be going down. Tomorrow, China Achero will be back with us right here on Global Sports Updates, all about the Nigerian Premier Football League, the drama that we are experiencing this season. Thank you for listening. My name is Godwin A. Nakena. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
Today is so you have to pardon my voice because I don't know where the cold came from, but I'll be good. But yeah, let's begin the show by talking about the thing that happened over the weekend on a Sunday. I'm sure some persons would have seen it. I mean, that video has been all over the news and people have been talking about it, you know. It's been all over. And the matter is quite disturbing because, you know, the issue surrounding it or the matter surrounding it is quite disturbing. Yeah. And there's been speculations about that person okay, first, before I get into details of that, there's this thing that's been on my mind that in this 2026, if you are going to ever get into something, venture into something, be a part of something, should it not be something that would profit you and benefit you in the long run? I mean, this is big 2026. You can't be doing things that has no benefit to you, your family, your loved ones. You can't be getting into things that at the end of the day, what do you get out of it? Nothing tangible. And I say that because if you get into something that rather than you getting, I mean, okay, you should get into something that you're benefiting and the other party is benefiting. It's mutual, right? But if you get into something that you are always at a loss or you eventually run at a loss, why get into it in the first place? I mean, you willfully or you willingly entered by yourself. Is that a wise thing to do? There's this person that will always post and say it's an unwise thing to do this, to do that. Don't you think it's an unwise thing to get into something that has no benefit for you? And I'm saying that because the young man who was killed on Sunday, that happened in main gates, University of Benin, Ugbo. Yes, that's where the main gate, the campus is, Ugbo campus. He was killed right in his car. I'm sure that some of us have seen pictures and videos of it online. And there's been speculations about that person and the death of that young man, you know, saying that it's related to cult activities and cult violence. And that's why I'm asking that in this big 2026, would you get into something that has no benefit? Because I really want to know, what is the benefit of, you know, being a member of a cult group, or what's the benefit you get going into cultism? Are there things that are missing here? What do you stand to gain when you get into or be a part of it willingly? Because it's just danger that I see. Imagine a young lady, you are in a relationship with someone who is into cultism, a cultist, and you know, what would you gain from a relationship like that? Is it the prestige? I don't know. Is it the I don't know what to call it, that feeling of you are in charge? Is it that feeling of sovereignty? I don't know. Is it the feeling of, you have people who would always, that they're at your beck and call? Is that it? Or is it the idea of you run things, you know, and things don't run you? But when push comes to shove, things may just run you. And you may not have anybody to help you or to get you out of it. Let's read the news of what happened on Sunday in Benin, Ugbo, University of Benin. And we'll just read the statement of the governor of the state and how that he condemns cult activities and cult violence in the state. And this is just like a call to every other, you know, states and people who are involved in cult activities. Because when this thing happen and people and these cult groups clash, innocent people suffer from it. The father of a cultist is not safe. The mother of a cultist is not safe. The girlfriend to a cultist is not safe. A friend to a cultist is not safe, because if they are looking for the person and they do not find them, because you are whether related by blood or relationship or business or whatever affiliations you have with them, they will come for you. And imagine you are really innocent, you're just a friend to a cult member. Your innocence will not help you, because they will not even ask questions. I mean, when these clashes happen, we hear of cult clashes in communities and, you know, different areas. When it happens, a lot of innocent people go down for it. They will not ask you, are you a member of this or that? Do you know this? Once they've seen you with a person that is related or affiliated to these cult groups, you will answer for it. Now, the governor of Edo State, Monday Pueblo, has condemned in the strongest terms, the murder of a youth at the main gate of the University of Benin, Uniben, by gunmen in broad daylight on Sunday. I mean, this is not even happened at night. It's the effrontery. It is the guts to actually do such an act in broad daylight. I mean, people were making videos, people were doing posts about it. It was not even a sight. It was not a good sight. I saw it and I regretted even seeing that picture and the video, because the sight was it was like a horror movie. That's how it looked. And I'm just trying to wonder how the families of that young man would be feeling right now. How his friends would be feeling, how his if he's in a relationship, the partner would be feeling, because they all will be affected, or they're already affected by his death and the issues surrounding his death. And the most painful part is the way he died. You know, the videos online about that incident, you could see a lot of gunshots on that car damaged. Who knows what happened? We don't really have the details of what happened and how it happened that, led to his death. But there are, issues surrounding it that it's related to cult violence. In a statement released by his chief press secretary on Monday, Okpebholo described the brazen and cold-blooded killing on a day regarded as sacred by many as an affront to human dignity, a threat to public safety, and an attack on everything his administration stands for. He termed the act completely unacceptable. The governor also extended his heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and associates of the deceased whose life was violently and senselessly cut short. According to the statement, the Edo State Police Command has commenced investigations into the incident, while security agencies are working round the clock to identify and apprehend all those responsible, insisting there will be no escape for justice. Governor Pueblo assured the public and the victim's family that the case will not be swept under the rug. Yes, justice will be served, investigations will go on, but we will not forget that the person involved is already gone. And there's a saying that who die nine lose, because it has ended. Every investigation done to ensure that the people involved, are brought to justice. Yes, that's the way it should be. But the main person is gone. Again, I ask, why get into something that you would not benefit from in this big 2026? Of what use really? Of what use really is, or what benefits are there being a part of cultism? Involving yourself in cultism. We say no to cultism, and it's like it's just a ringtone, it's just a sound that we're repeating again and again and again and again. We're just trying to sound, it's just like a old song. But that's what we see happen. Cultism, really, are there any benefits or gains present and in the long run? You're playing the long game, because eventually that same thing that you feel is power and whatever reason that make them go into it will still boomerang. Is it in this 2026 someone will say you'll be bold and you have so much confidence to boast that, do you know who I am? I am this, I am that, I'm a member of this, I'm a member of that. In 2026. It's just very weird. Reiterating his administration firm resolve to stamp out cultism in all forms across Edo State, the governor highlighted that since assuming office, his administration has taken deliberate and sustained steps to confront the cult menace head-on. These efforts include sustained security operations in cult-prone communities across the state, resulting in the arrest and prosecution of numerous suspected cultists, close collaboration between the Edo State government and Nigerian Police Force, the Department of State Services, and the Nigerian Army to disrupt and dismantle cult networks. You see some young boys or young guys, they still think it's a flex. It's a big flex that they are a part of any confraternity. I am this, I am that. To what end? People are investing in themselves, venturing into businesses, collaborations that will benefit them. What do you gain, or what's the gain? I really need someone to tell me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 benefits of cultism, because I don't see any. I don't know of any. Would you get money at the end? Would it be a business that brings return? Is it an investment? Is it a political office? I really don't know. Even in universities, they send you to school, you go into school, and the next thing on your mind is how to belong. Belong to what exactly? Now, while acknowledging that these measures are already yielding results, the governor stressed that the murder of a young person in broad daylight is a grim reminder that the battle is far from over and that the government will continue to intensify efforts. Edo State will not be sanctuary for criminals. Governor Paulo declared those who carry arms and terrorize innocent people will face the full consequences of the law. My issue right now about this whole thing is, as much as it affects the people involved, the people that are also related to that person or the people involved are also at risk. Because imagine that guy that was the target of this cult issue had an innocent person in his car. Maybe he was just driving and he wanted to help somebody, say, oh, do you mind a lift? And gives an innocent man or woman or a girl a lift. Who knows if as long as those people come for him and target him and, all the multiple gunshots to his car, that innocent person would have been dead too. And people are just making joke of the matter that, oh, please, I won't be entering free rides anymore. I won't be, if someone offers to give me a ride, I will not be able, I will tell him, no, I'm not going your way. But that's besides the point. How can we even get rid of cultism at this point? Because we should not be talking about cult activities in big 2026. We should have left that behind way into 2000s. We are in 2026 and it's a year for I really don't even know. But what do you think? How can we really get rid of cultism and cult issues? Because it's almost like the more we keep singing say no to cultism, the more people are still getting involved backdoor. The more people are still getting into it, knowing fully well that this thing is just you signing your death warrant. It's almost like you have a death wish for going into it. Because what gives them the mind, and why are they so confident to go into things like this, knowing the harm and the danger involved? Or is it that they have, there's a promise that they get that, in a few years or in a few, you'll get return of investment? I don't know. The Edo State government reaffirms commitment to securing every community and every part of the state so that no family will have to endure the pain of losing a loved one to senseless cult violence. Yes, senseless cult violence. Because indeed, it's a senseless thing to do. It is. The mother of that person who just died because of a cult violence, the father of the young man, the sister of the young man, how would it even be heard that, what happened? You say, my brother, they had the issue with cult people and then they killed him. How does that sound? How? People are trying to avoid violence. It's just like you willingly walking into violence. People are trying to be safe. As much as we are cumbered with a lot of security issues, people are still putting their hands and their legs deliberately eyes wide open into violence. Because what do you think? You have a peaceful life? Or at the end of the day, you imagine you're walking on the road and you're scared you're looking over your shoulders. Who's coming for you? Who's not coming for you? You're always on the run. Is peace no longer something that everyone should desire for themselves? Why would you willingly get into something that takes your peace, your safety, your movement is restricted even? The question on the through tonight is, making reference to the story of that man, the young man who was killed in a very horror way in Guinea. It happened on Sunday afternoon, not Sunday night, not Sunday midnight, not midnight, broad daylight, that there were passers-by and a lot of persons making videos and taking pictures and making posts about it. Because, I saw a post earlier yesterday where someone says, no, Dio, your picture will be everywhere. And that's what happened. Because there's a kind of misfortune that will happen to someone, you'll start trending. Your pictures will be everywhere. People who know you, who don't know you, will start making posts and comments about your issue. So you should be prioritizing your safety. Security of you, your family members, and those around you should be priority. How do you think, or what do you think we can do at this point to instill that say no to cultism to all of the youth that we have? How else can we sing it and sound that alarm so that people would... Is it that people don't know the dangers of cultism, or they know and they do not care? Because we'll talk about this now. who knows? In the coming months, we may still hear of another state of a cult clash, or in one community or the other, this group and this other group, they are fighting over what? We do not know. How can we sound and resound, say no to cultism into the ears and the hearts and the minds of everyone? Because it's, mostly the youth, because they are the ones mainly involved in this cult issues and this cult violence. And boys and girls included. Just that, we hear more of men or guys or boys more. But there's still girls who go into these things just to show superiority or sovereignty in whatever group as the head or as the leader. I don't know. We'll do a 5 minutes break as we always do on the thrill, and then we'll come back to have you joining in the conversation. Do not forget, I'm asking you, and I want to know your opinion. What approach do you think we can take at this point so that we can really get rid of cult violence completely in this big 2026? Please stay with me.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Ateme no romunu
University of Benin, around the University of Benin, Ugbo, about a young man who is yet to be identified. Yes, the young man who was killed in broad daylight by some people, masked gunmen, and there are speculations that it's related to cult violence and cult activities. The yet to be identified is a student, by the way, of the University of Benin. He was shot dead by gunmen in his Mercedes-Benz GLK. Yes, he was shot in his car. And according to reports, it says that there were two other persons in the car with him, but he was the target. And he died on the spot because they shot at him at close range. The other two persons were rushed to the hospital for treatment. Those other ones survived. An eyewitness says that the student was shot at close range by masked gunmen who fled the scene. The victim has reportedly finished his examination in the political science department about an hour earlier before he met his tragic end. I'm trying to imagine, you just finished your exam. If you were not a part of, if really, those called violence issue. Imagine he was just a normal person. You write your exam, enter your car, and drive to your house, safe and sound. But see how it turned out. Two other victims in the JLK Mercedes-Benz who survived the attack were said to have been rushed to the University of Benin Healthcare Center. One student said they shot at him at close range and there was no way he could have survived the attack. Two others who were in the vehicles were also injured, but they were rushed to the health center. The DP of the Divisional Police Headquarters, SP Emmanuel, said information about the incident was still sketchy. The State Police Command is yet to issue an official statement on the matter. But yes, we're just going to talk about cult issues and cult violence, and that's why I'm asking the question of what do you think we can do? The government, individuals, head of communities, political leaders, traditional rulers, everybody, hand to hand or hand in hand, together. What can we do to sound and resound the dangers of cultism? Because it's as if people think it's just talk. People think it's not as serious as it is until it happens where you are or someone that you know. Then you know that it's not just mere talk. Saying no to cultism is real. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My sister.
Yes, please.
We have any law that says if somebody died through cultism, you will go free? Or if you kill somebody?
No.
Okay, let me start from a particular point.
Okay.
From 1999.
Yeah.
When we started this so-called democracy, tell me any state government that have signed that warrant.
For cultists?
Not for cultists, for violent crime, for someone that kills somebody.
Say they'll get life imprisonment or death sentence.
Is death sentence? Has any governor signed that warrant?
So you think that's why people are still getting involved in it?
Yes. When did we hear about firing squad?
So the fact that there's no firing squad, someone should still now say, I'll get away with it and still enter something that is fire.
If you look at the age of people that are in the university now, between the age of 27, 26,
yeah,
they were born that 1999. They don't even know what they call firing squad or death by hanging.
So in essence, now, summarize your thoughts. You mean that's the reason why a lot of people and young people are still getting into it? Because no consequence.
If the people that wrote the Bible, if they didn't want us to read about Moses' law, if you kill, you should be killed. They wouldn't have put it there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for
your
your
book
opinion.
of Deuteronomy.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, people who go into this cultism, is it that when they are caught, there are no penalties? Of course, the answer to it, investigations on the way, and the people who were involved in the killing of this young man will be found, prosecuted, and, arrested. But the fact that there's no, the moment you are caught, firing squad, just end it there and there, is that a reason why people should not still willingly enter fire? Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
You said you are now feeling fine.
A bit under the weather, but I'll be good.
Okay, God bless you.
Thank you.
My dear, there is no solution, no. Because as we are talking now, just watch the picture again and again. There's no solution. Because why I said there is no solution, I understood where the last caller is coming from. Governors, all of them, they don't sign when the court convicts person to death. They don't sign it. The person to be executed. That's what he means. That's why I see people full prison. That's supposed to die. But because nobody wants anybody's blood to be in his head now. It's understandable. So to me, the only person, all those boys they sent to school, if you involve yourself to courtism, they caught you on crossfire like this, you go now. You are people,
so there's nothing we can really do to help. No advice you can give to these people and to tell them that don't get into this thing, no.
To be sincere with you, on a serious note, nothing anybody can do about it unless you got to arrest them by himself, because those students, they're not ready to learn. Yes, that is the truth. This one don't go.
His one has ended. That's it. That's ended. Hello, good evening. Hello. Welcome. Good evening.
Rona.
Yeah, good evening.
I greet you. I'm Ochiwabeze Ovogoma.
All right, I greet you too. Go on.
You see what we are saying, This world is mad, and everything in the world is also mad. There's no way. Even the government that is really not, they are all mad. I'm telling you, I'm not causing them. So you say the children, if you see our children, they are all mad because of taking in of alcohol and this
substance and drugs.
They call,
drugs, you mean? You mean drugs? You said alcohol and substances. I said
drugs. There's no way they will not change you because they are all mad. Look at the way.
So even a young man listening to me right now will still clearly take themselves to go and belong to any cult group because of what?
You see, there are no way unless God, the creator of the heaven and earth, we end up this thing. Without so, no way. If you look at the trend, look at what is happening on earth, you know that there's no way we can help it. Human being cannot do it. Thank you.
So at this point, thank you. At this point, isn't that going to be like an individual, all man to himself, do what is good for you, and if you willingly go into something that is not good for you, you carry the cross yourself? Is that what we're saying? That there cannot be any remedy whatsoever? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Welcome.
Is it Rona or Queen?
This is Rona.
Oh, Queen. Rona, good evening.
Yeah, go on, please. Good evening.
My name is Everett. I'm calling from Juba.
Okay.
Rona, this guy was killed at the main gate of the university.
Yeah.
And it was at the daytime. Does it mean that there were no security in the main gate? Even the security lacked in a whole big university. University is the highest place. Sorry.
Yeah.
University is one of the highest institutions. Just be like a Supreme Court of education. And as it is so, they did not have security in the main gate
to quickly hold the people. But now, according to the report, they did what they did and they fled. So maybe they were in transit while they were doing it, or maybe they had just targeted the car and did their thing and ran away. You know, sometimes the way some things will happen so fast, before people will be alerted that this is what's going on, or the damage has been done.
Rona, see, let me tell you. In the main gate of university, which is the highest institution in the whole Nigeria, they don't have anything like CCTV. They don't have security men.
Of course they do.
At least they would have called that person where kill him to show us, say, yes, we are into the main gate.
All right.
The main gate of the university. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
At that time.
Right. Thank you.
And they are the people who claim they know everything on this university. They cannot make provision for all those things.
Right. Investigations will be done and carried out. I'm sure that we'll get follow-up information and development of the matter. But for now, this is what is on ground. Hello, good evening.
Rona, good evening.
Welcome.
This is Honorable Chris Okri.
Okay, go on, please.
Is it confirmed that him himself is a member of a particular cult group?
No, it's not been confirmed that he's a member, but there are speculations surrounding that it's related to cult violence. I mean, the governor said that, they're trying to curb cultism in the state. And so there are speculations that it's a cult-related issue, but it's not been confirmed that he is a cultist. So I just bringing it on here. Yeah.
Okay. I thought maybe it had been confirmed that he's a member of any cult group.
Not yet.
The governor are sending condolence message to the family. I think one thing now. And let me say this. See, I grew up seeing my uncles. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
I have a primary school in front of my father's compound. So during that time, they bring all manner of hardened criminals and the cult members. They bring them to our primary schools. They will night time carry your family, carry your children. I know that time we carry our chair, we go there. As they are shooting those our uncle, my mother and my parents will be telling you see that your uncle they tie on the line and on drone.
All right.
This is what he did. Don't try this. That thing has been in my memory today. Maybe I don't know which of the bush or which of the cult group I belong. So to me,
so that's the reason why you do not put your hand in anything like that.
That is the thing now. So government should introduce open fire. They are convicted. Don't be shedding them as if some of them from backyard. So if you come out something from dog, show him what you remove from the dog, so that all that will learn.
We'll see.
Not
all right.
All these political, they will go back from the back and release them.
Okay, thank you.
Please, no that send any condolence again for us.
This man. Hello, good evening. Yes, this is Rona. Go on, please. Okay.
This matter you brought up, let me tell you why cultism is rising.
Tell me.
There was a time they went and chased some boys that wanted to Look, some of your local government chairman are caught. Yeah,
so you think they're getting backing from higher ups?
If I open this picture, you will not catch fire.
Let's not catch fire, please.
Some of the people that are leading you, they are caught people. They are the ones mobilizing this. These ones, they are the ones empowering them. Look, these guys are so armed that if they meet you, they will bring you down. That is why anything you're doing with them, you need to be very careful. Because most of the people from that post, they graduate, they become a chairman, counselor,
all right.
member.
Okay. So in essence, we may never be able to get rid of cultism, you mean?
Now, these are the pioneers. Now, these people I'm mentioning for you are the main people. They call them point one. They are the two men.
All right.
I can mention people.
Please, don't come and implicate yourself.
I'm not going to go too far. See, let me tell you.
Thank you.
Government is part of the business. That is why it's difficult to fight it.
Okay.
Some of the security agencies, they are members of what group? Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
Government, it's not drugs. This matter we're talking about here is not drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Drugs also lead some of them to join. But it's
all
not
right.
drugs. What I'm telling you is that the people that are supposed to fight this culture are members.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's take more calls. Thank you for sharing your opinion. All right.
In the country, there is so many vices that is taking place in the country that nobody care about to. Let's see how we can arrange this country. It's just like an old building that in 1 to 4, everybody is looking for a way to pack their things and leave the building. That is how Nigeria is. So in my own suggestion, what I'm saying, you see this terrorism, cultism, and all the rest of the things, and this spearheaded by those who are in Abuja now, those in high authority.
So should that be the reason why young people should still go into it, knowing how dangerous?
Because they look up to those who are in high places that is part of them.
But then, at this point, everyone should advise themselves. Don't you think everyone should advise themselves and say, I know go do it, go put my life for danger?
You know that the devil, once the devil has possessed someone, you cannot advise yourself. So what I'm saying is, If we don't solve this system called Nigeria and form another country, it will be difficult.
Hey, we should form another Nigeria. I don't get that part. We should form another nation. Do you think that would be the solution to ending violence and cult violence? The one that we have now, this Nigeria that we have, we should be able to get rid of it, at least to the barest minimum. Because it's crazy how some persons are still planning to be a part of one group or the other. Even as we speak on this day, there are still people that are making plans to be a part of things like this in school. They send you to school to study. You decide to be number one. Oh my God. And at the end, what would be the end of it? Is it no one going to give you the first class that you want to graduate with? Would it guarantee your future? Would it guarantee you getting a job or being successful in life? I mean, this is just like, as much as it's a collective thing that we want everyone to join hand to hand to ensure that, the government, security agencies, individuals. But don't you think everyone should advise themselves at this point? If something's not going to profit you, why do you want to be a part of it even to start with? Hello, good evening. All right, that call dropped. Please try to dial again. You can send a text message though. You can send a text message or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. You can send a WhatsApp message. You can send a WhatsApp message. You can send a voice note even. Just make sure it's a minute voice note and we'll take that before we wrap up the show. 0810951091. At this point, if something is not going to benefit you, why are you even entering? Will you start a business that has no profit or has no long-term profit there to bring to you? Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay.
Not today, FM?
Yes, this is Today95.1 FM.
Yeah, my name is Rainbow.
Okay, go on, please.
Yes, you see this country, what we need is to counter those people call themselves leader in Abuja. There's one thing I'm going to tell you this night, either you like it or not. That's how it should go.
What is that?
Without either by blood, share some of this part of these people out, Nigeria will never be great. Part of some people, even though the Bible said the kingdom of God suffer by waiting, by violent call.
Okay.
Violent taken by force.
So,
right?
We should, in essence, to end cult violence, we should attack it by violence.
My sister, we should not be waiting. God has given us resources in this country that which other country does not have.
So by
in the world.
Okay. All right. Okay.
In the bad leader we are having that treat. See, everybody entitled for salary in this country like 2 or 3 or without working. We have the mineral resources here in this country. Then in a country that the leaders have devilish mind of take this country to another way around because of the greedy. See, so for that we Nigeria need action. Nigeria youth need action.
And it's the youth that are still getting involved in things that are damaging their lives. The same youth that are supposed to stand up for their right are the ones getting involved in things that have no gain.
And it may not be just every youth, but there are people that are vibrant, that want to fight for the right of their unborn children to come. Because it's a pity. If you continue this way, the country will remain like this. The
Thank you for sharing your opinion.
And meet what's happening right now. But I will tell you, because what? See this, they have sold every property in this country. When you are hearing about privatization, it's like they are privatizing between themselves.
All right, thank you. Please, thank you.
So
let me take more calls. All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Are you called before, right? At this point. All right. At this point, we have anti-cultism, so we should even be asking, what are anti-cultism? What are they doing? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Mr. Christian, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on, please.
Not that there is no solution. There is solution because I could remember when the former governor, His Excellency Rotomi Barrister Chibika Amechi was governor. Rotomi Chibika Amechi chased anything courtesan in this state here. Nobody that doesn't know this thing that I'm saying.
All right.
So I wonder this administration, what they are doing, what they are playing. They should go and meet Chibika Amechi and seek advice from him.
Okay. Thank you.
Of leadership.
All
So
right.
thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't know if I can still take any more calls. Maybe just one more before we call it a wrap. Okay, this will be my final call on the show. Hello, good evening. Hello. Okay, I wanted to take your call as the last call. Maybe you can dial again in a minute and then we'll just wrap up with you. 08109510951. That's the number to call to give your opinion. And let's wrap up with that. Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello, I've taken your call. Go on, please. Hello, good evening.
Hey, fine evening. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I said, no, I'll greet you people as the first time caller today.
Oh, first time caller. Thank you so much for getting through. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I want you to wrap up the decision.
All right. All right, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. What a good way to wrap up with the first time caller. I appreciate you. Yes. Thank you all who called, who have been calling, who have been locked on this Day 95.1 FM. We appreciate you. And I also appreciate you on the show. The World News comes up right after this by 10. Right after that, The World Today. My name is Rona Agbara. And please stay away. I want to say no to cultism, but yeah. Well, I have said that. Please stay away. See the way you stay away from fire, you stay away from harm, you stay away from something that you know is going to stay very far away from cultism for your safety and the safety of your loved ones. Good evening. Using a premium talk radio today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First the headlines. INEC seeks deployment of over 1.4 million core members for 2027 elections. WAEC introduces anti-malpractice measures for 2026. Court issues arrest warrant for former Minister of Power Saleh Maman over alleged 31 billion naira fraud. On the foreign scene, Philippine House impeaches Vice President Sara Duterte amid political turmoil. Details shortly. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it cannot successfully conduct elections in Nigeria without the support of the National Youth Service Corps (NYSC), formally requesting the deployment of more than 1.4 million corps members for the 2027 general elections. The INEC chairman, Joe Ashamopiton, made the disclosure during a courtesy visit to the NYSC Director General, Olakule Nephew, at the scheme's headquarters in Abuja, where he described corps members as the heartbeat of INEC's field operations, noting that their neutrality, discipline and commitment remain critical to the credibility of elections across the country. According to Amopiton, INEC will require 707,384 corps members each for the presidential and National Assembly elections scheduled for January 16, 2027, and the governorship and state assembly elections slated for February 6, 2027. Bringing the total to 1,414,768 personnel. He added that another 52,446 corps members would be needed for off-cycle governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun State, as well as by-elections in Nasarawa, Enugu, Rivers, Ondo, Kebbi, and Kano State. He revealed that corps members accounted for nearly 90% of registration area officers and presiding officers during the 2023 general elections, helping to manage voting activities in more than 176,000 polling units nationwide. The INEC chairman acknowledged the risk associated with election duties and assured that the commission was improving insurance and welfare packages for corps members involved in electoral assignment. Responding, NYC Director General Nafi reaffirmed the scheme's commitment to supporting the electoral body, noting that the long-standing partnership between both institutions had remained effective since the signing of a memorandum of understanding in 2011. The federal government has exempted candidates seeking admission into colleges of education from writing the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME). The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, announced the decision in Abuja during the 2026 UTME admission policy meeting, stating that the new guideline will take effect from next year. Under the new arrangement, candidates with at least 4 credit passes in relevant subjects will be eligible to apply for admission into colleges of education without sitting for the UTME. However, the minister explained that all prospective candidates must still register with the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board (JAM). Their credentials will be screened, verified, and certified before admission letters are issued through the Central Admission Processing Systems (CAPS) in line with existing regulations. The minister added that the federal government had also extended exemptions to candidates seeking admission into national diploma programs in non-technology, agriculture, and agriculture-related courses. According to him, this approach strikes a necessary balance between the widening access and the preserving the integrity of admission system. The West African Examination Council (WAEC) has introduced new measures aimed at curbing examination malpractice and involving improving the efficiency of its examination process, including the serialization of question papers and the creation of an examination malpractice portal on its website. Speaking during a briefing on the ongoing 2026 computer-based West African Senior School Certificate Examination, the head of WAEC's Nigeria National Office, Amos Dangut, said the innovations would strengthen transparency and eliminate delays in resolving malpractice cases. According to him, candidates implicated in examination misconduct will have their status published on the dedicated malpractice section of the WAEC website, alongside the release of results within 45 days after the last paper. Dangut disclosed that participation in the WAEC has grown significantly, with more than 450 schools registering for the examination compared to only 40 schools last year. He attributed the increase to smooth operation of the computer-based format and its alignment with global best practices and Federal Ministry of Education recommendations. He added that the National Identification Number (NIN) is now mandatory for candidate registration, while collaboration with security agencies has been intensified to ensure the integrity and safety of the examination process. The 2026 CBY commenced on April 21 and will end on June 19, spanning 8 weeks and 3 days. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board (JAM) has retained 150 as the cutoff mark for admission into the universities of the 2026-2027 academic session. JAM announced this during the policy meeting in Abuja, where it said the decisions followed a vote of vice chancellors available at the meeting. It said the cutoff for colleges of nursing is 150, while for polytechnics will be 100 and 400 obtainable marks. The scores, known as the National Minimum Tolerable UTME scores, indicate that no tertiary institution is allowed to admit candidates who score below the agreed benchmarks. But schools are generally permitted to set higher cutoffs for applicants seeking admission. Also, during the meeting, the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, said the minimum age for admission into tertiary institutions remains 16 years. A federal high court in Abuja has issued a bench warrant for the arrest of former Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, following his failure to appear in court for the continuation of his trial over an alleged 31 billion naira fraud. Trial Judge Justice Marianne Anine revoked the bail earlier granted to the former minister and ordered security agencies to arrest him wherever he is found. The court also ruled that the trial would continue in his absence in line with the Section 352 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA 2015. Mama's absence came barely 4 days after he was convicted in absentia by a federal high court in Abuja on separate fraud and money laundering charges. Justice James Motosho had found the former minister guilty on all counts in a 12-count charge involving the alleged diversion of about 33.8 billion naira in public funds linked to the Mambila and Zungeru hydroelectric power plant project. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, told the court that the former minister had gone into hiding since his conviction last Thursday. The matter was adjourned until May 14 for the continuation of the trial involving allegations of conspiracy, obtaining by false pretense and intent to defraud amounting to over 31 billion naira. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a suit filed by Fubara Dagogo, who claimed membership of the All Progressive Congress APC, seeking to nullify the party's recently concluded National Congress. In her judgment, Justice Joyce Abdulmalik held that the court lacked jurisdiction to entertain the matter, ruling that issues relating to nomination, Congress procedures, and purchase of forms are internal affairs of political parties which courts are not permitted to interfere with. Justice Abdulmalik relied on provisions of Section 83, subsection 6 of the Electoral Act 2026, stressing that disputes arising from party nominations or internal electoral processes fall within the exclusive domain of political parties. She also awarded 10 million naira costs each against the plaintiff and his lawyer, buying the total cost to 20 million naira in favor of the defendant. Dagogo had alleged that he was unlawfully excluded from purchasing nomination and expression of interest forms to contest for the position of APC National Vice Chairman South-South, and was also denied participation in the party's zonal congress. He asked the court to nullify the outcome of the congress and award him 100 million naira in damages for alleged embarrassment and emotional distress. However, the court ruled that his claims were not justiciable, effectively affirming the APC's discretion over its internal nomination and congress processes. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The River State House of Assembly Screening Committee has dismissed the circulation of a purported list of cleared and uncleared aspirants for the River State House of Assembly currently making rounds across various media platforms. In a statement issued by the Secretary of the Screening Committee, Tanko Yamowa, the committee categorically described the publication as false, unauthorized, and not originating from the appropriate party authorities. The statement clarified that the screening exercise conducted by the committee, chaired by Muraina Ajibola, was concluded less than 24 hours ago, stressing that no official list of cleared or disqualified aspirants has been released by the party. It further noted that the All Progressive Congress is guided by established procedures, rules, and timelines governing the release of screening results and related information, which must be strictly adhered to. The committee emphasized that any official communication regarding the status of the aspirant to be duly released through appropriate party channels in due course, urging members of the public to await verified information. The statement therefore urged party faithful aspirants, supporters, and the general public to disregard the purported list, describing it as the handiwork of mischief makers, allegedly allegedly seeking to create confusion and unnecessary tension within the party. It affirmed the party's commitment to transparency, fairness, and due process throughout the screening and selection process for the forthcoming River State House of Assembly elections. Inmates at the Nigerian Correctional Service facility in Port Harcourt have continued to lament the hardship and difficulties allegedly being experienced within the center. Information available indicates that inmates now pay as much as 1,000 naira to board a coaster bus reportedly purchased by Governor Siminalayi Fubara for inmates attending court proceedings on trial days. Today FM correspondent also gathered that the kerosene supply business within the facility has allegedly been hijacked by the Deputy Controller of Corrections in River State, a situation inmates claim has further worsened living conditions in the correctional center. Some inmates who secretly spoke with newsmen allege that they also have to pay as much as 10,000 naira to prison warders before they can be taken to hospitals outside the correctional facility for medical treatment. The inmate further described the welfare and feeding conditions as poor, alleging that the food provided is unfit for human consumption. While lamenting severe congestion in the facility, the inmates appealed to the relevant authorities to urgently intervene and compel the Deputy Controller of Corrections to allow the free flow of kerosene and improve inmates' welfare in the overall interest of those held at the center. The River State Ministry of Education has distributed science materials to secondary schools across the state as part of efforts to strengthen science education. The Commissioner for Education, Associate Professor Peters Nwago, said the initiative aligns with the vision of Governor Siminalayi Fubara to boost science education for national development. He noted that science, innovation, and entrepreneurship remains the foundation for technological advancement in any nation, stressing that the state urgently needs young scientists who can drive meaningful development. He, however, warned principals against diverting the materials for personal use or any unintended purposes, and cautioned against encouraging examination malpractices and cultism in schools, stating that any principal found violating the directives would face sanctions.
This science material being distributed by cautiously and provided by River State government to strengthen the teaching and learning of science subjects in school. With distinguished principals, materials being entrusted to your hand today are not for personal use. They are government properties meant to be strictly for academic development of our students. I therefore charge every principal here to ensure that these science materials are properly utilized for practical teaching and learning in our various secondary schools. Any principal or school administrator found diverting or hoarding or selling materials will face serious disciplinary sanctions according to the Public Service Regulation. The government will not relay sabotage of its efforts to improve the standard of education in Rivers State.
In his remarks, the chairman of the Post-Primary Schools Board, Anthony Egweru, who said science materials play a significant role in changing and shaping students' future, however, expressed concern over past incidents of missing educational resources, warning that such occurrences would not be tolerated going forward.
I want to use this opportunity to thank the Executive Governor of River State, Siminalayi Fubara, for making this available to us. It is a demonstration of his commitment to the uplift of education in this state. And for the principals to urge you all to ensure that these materials are judiciously utilized, because we've had in the past where materials are distributed to principals and some of them being developed wings. So we don't want that to happen this time.
Today FM's Magnus Mwawa reports that the materials were packaged in batches to ensure equitable distribution across all secondary schools in River State. The House of Representatives of the Philippines have voted overwhelmingly to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte, with 257 out of 318 lawmakers supporting the motion, well above the one-third threshold required to transmit the complaint to the Senate for trial. The vote saw 26 members oppose the impeachment and 9 abstain, marking one of the most significant political developments in the country's recent history. The charges against Duterte include alleged misuse of confidential government funds, failure to properly disclose assets, bribery allegations, and accusations linked to death threats against President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos, and former House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Lawmakers also cited flagged financial transactions reportedly exceeding $110 million as part of the case. House officials said the impeachment reflects constitutional accountability rather than political rivalry, though the move comes amid a deepening rift between the Marcos and Duterte political camps. And in sports, Arsenal WFC have confirmed that forward Beth Mead will leave the club at the end of the season following the expiration of her contract. Mead's departure brings an end to a successful 9-year spell with the Gunners, during which she won 6 major trophies, including the UEFA Women's Champions League. The 31-year-old made 258 appearances for Arsenal and scored 83 goals, establishing herself as one of the club's key players in recent years. Reports have linked Mead with a possible move to Manchester City WFC, where her partner and former Arsenal striker Viviane Miedema currently plays. Mead is expected to bid farewell to Arsenal supporters during the club's final home game of the season against Everton FC Women on Wednesday night. Arsenal also confirmed that defendants Laia Codina and Victoria Pelova will leave the club at the end of the campaign. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. INEC has sought the deployment of over 1.4 million core members for the 2027 elections. WAEC has introduced anti-malpractice measures for the 2026 exam. We told you that the Federal High Court in Abuja has issued a warrant of arrest for the former Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, over alleged 31 billion naira fraud. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the Philippine House has impeached the country's Vice President, Sara Duterte, amid political turmoil. That was the news that's edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Aguara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Missing bodies of 2 Morocco soldiers recovered after search. Trump rejects Iran peace offer, raising fears of escalation. Philippine Congress impeaches Vice President Sara Duterte for second term. UK's Keir Starmer battles for political survival after election defeat. Details shortly. The body of one of the 2 U.S. soldiers who went missing during an international training exercise in southern Morocco has been found. The 2 soldiers went missing after a cliff on the Atlantic coast were taking part in the African Lion 2026 military exercises. A massive land and sea search was launched by the United States military, Moroccan and allied forces in the Cap Jura training area after the service members went missing during the weekend. Speaking on condition of anonymity, a U.S. military official said that they may have fallen into the sea, pointing to the likelihood of an accident and ruling out terrorism. The trial of Moroccan singer Saad Lamjared has been opened in Draguignan in the southern France, where he is charged for raping a woman in 2018. According to prosecutors, the artist, who is a star in Morocco, attacked the woman after meeting her at a nightclub. His accuser says she agreed to have a drink with him at his hotel bar, but that he led her directly to his bedroom, where he forced her onto the bed and raped her while holding her wrist. However, Lamjared says the encounter was consensual and claims the woman removed her trousers herself. French President Emmanuel Macron has kicked off a visit to Kenya ahead of the African Forward Summit. It is gathering met to showcase France's new policy for the continent to shift from a former colonial power seen as dominating to what Paris describes as a partnership of equals. Held for the first time in Anglophone country, the summit is expected to draw reactions to the withdrawal of French troops from West Africa that was completed last year amid France's warning regional influence in recent years. Since the independence of France's former African colonies, France had maintained a policy of economic, political and military sway dubbed Francafrique, which included keeping thousands of troops in the region. But leaders in those countries and opposition figures have often criticized France for what they described as a demeaning and heavy-handed approach to the continent. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, United States President Donald Trump has branded Iran's terms for ending the Middle East war totally unacceptable, raising the possibility of fresh conflict and sending oil prices sharply higher in earlier Asia trade. Iran yesterday responded to Washington's latest peace proposal and warned it would not hold back from retaliating against any U.S. strike or permit more than foreign warships 1.4% to $105.5 a barrel. U.S. President Donald Trump will visit crude from Tehran. The visit will mark Trump's first trip to crude from Tehran. The visit will mark Trump's first trip to China during his second term in the office and the first by a U.S. president since 2017. The United States-Israel war on Iran is not the result of a sudden escalation, but the culmination of a long-term Israeli agenda to violently reshape the Middle East, former Qatari minister and foreign minister Sheikh Hamad bin. In a wide-ranging, the veteran diplomat offered a stark assessment of the region's rapidly shifting geopolitical landscape. He warned that the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz is the most perilous consequence of the recent war, cautioned against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ambition for Greater Israel, and called for the urgent establishment of a unified Gulf Defense Pact. However, Sheikh Hamad had warned of an impending conflict last year and urged Gulf states to push for a diplomatic resolution to resolve the crisis with Iran and prevent military strikes. He identified a push for a conflict with Iran and blamed it on the hardline faction within Israel led by Netanyahu, who, he said, had been trying to drag the U.S. into a war over Tehran's nuclear program since President Bill Clinton's administration in the 1990s. Oil prices have risen after President Donald Trump said Iran's response to U.S. proposals to end the war was totally unacceptable. According to Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency, Tehran sent its response via Pakistan, which has served as a mediator between the two sides, calling for an immediate end to the conflict and guarantees of no further U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. International oil benchmark Brent rose by 4.1% to $105.50 a barrel in Asian trade. The U.S. trade crude increased by 4.4% to $99.80. The key Strait of Hormuz waterway has been effectively shut since shortly after the war started on 28 February, severely disrupting global supplies of oil and gas. Responding to Tehran's terms, Trump posted on social media describing the terms as totally unacceptable. United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer is fighting for his political survival amid calls for parliamentarians for him to step down following the Labour Party's stunning loss in local elections. In a make-or-break speech, Starmer took responsibility for the very tough results, promising to face up to the big challenges and make the Labour case of a stronger, fairer Britain. Admitting that Labour had made mistakes, he argued that their big political choices had been correct, including not being dragged into war with Iran. He pointed to a reduced NHS waiting list, child poverty and immigration, saying that the fundamentals are sound. He further disclosed that neither reforms Nigel Farage nor the Green Zach Polanski offer the serious progressive leadership that these times demand. The Philippine House of Representatives has voted overwhelmingly to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte for the second time, even though her impending trial remains in question after her allies arrested control of the Philippine Senate. A total of 257 out of 318 House members voted to impeach Duterte, far surpassing the one-third threshold required to send the complaint to the Philippine Senate. A total of 26 members voted against the impeachment, while 9 abstained. The impeachment vote is the latest episode in the ongoing political feud between the Duterte family and the incumbent president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., plunging the country into deeper political turmoil even as it faces serious economic uncertainty due to the global energy crisis. Meanwhile, the charges against the Tete include 2 violations of the Constitution and betrayal of public trust for misuse of confidential government funds, failure to disclose her wealth, bribery, and in relation to the death threats against Marcus, his wife Liza Araneta, and former House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Australia will place 6 people from a cruise ship struck with the rat-borne hantavirus in a purpose-built quarantine facility north of the Perth for at least 3 weeks. Authorities said the passengers, 4 Australian citizens, 1 permanent resident in Australia, and a New Zealander, are to be kept at Western Australia's 500-bed Bullsbrook Centre, originally built for the COVID-19 pandemic. The Health Minister, Mark Butler, said repatriation flights from Tenerife in Spain's Canary Islands are still being finalized in a complex operation. According to Butler, Australia will list the hantavirus disease under the country's biosecurity legislation, enabling the government to make an order placing the passengers in quarantine. He said the incubation period for the virus is 42 days, and arrangements after the initial 3 weeks quarantine had yet to be decided. That story from Australia concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Eloman Woso of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. Missing bodies of 2 Moroccan soldiers have been recovered after search. You heard that Trump has rejected Iran's peace offer, raising fear of escalation. We told you that Philippine Congress has impeached VP Sierra Duterte for the 2nd time. And finally, UK's Keir Starmer is battling for political survival after an election defeat. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This
hopes mounted that a deal could be found to get oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. But those hopes appeared to fade over the weekend. Tehran's latest proposal, sent via Pakistan, called for an immediate end to America's naval blockade and guarantees of no further attacks, according to semi-official Iranian media. President Trump addressed the proposal on social media, saying, "I don't like it, totally unacceptable." Brent crude oil prices soared to nearly $106 a barrel at one stage this morning, before falling back to around $104 a barrel.
EU foreign ministers have agreed to impose new sanctions on Israeli settlers who've committed violence against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. They also agreed to sanction leading figures from the militant group Hamas. The EU's foreign policy chief, Kai Kallas, said extremism and violence carried consequences. Israel has denounced the move as arbitrary and political. South Africa's parliament will begin setting up an impeachment committee to investigate President Cyril Ramaphosa over a corruption scandal. Mr. Ramaphosa would have a case to answer over the theft of large amount of foreign currency hidden at one of his houses. He denies wrongdoing. Nomsa Maseko has the details.
The Constitutional Court dealt a major blow to President Cyril Ramaphosa and effectively revived the stalled impeachment process against him. The Speaker of Parliament, Togo Didiza, outlined 6 steps that Parliament would undertake to institute impeachment proceedings. The ANC's top officials have been locked in a meeting to map out their next move.
Britain's embattled Prime Minister Keir Starmer has vowed to fight any leadership challenge following last week's disastrous election results. Rob Watson reports.
Facing a drip of calls from his own party to resign, Keir Starmer is showing a mix of defiance and humility. In yet another speech aimed at shoring up his long faltering government, he said he understood what was driving voter anger, from the squeeze on living standards to run-down city centres. But he said a leadership contest would plunge Britain into the kind of chaos seen under the Conservatives, with their multiple changes of Prime Minister. The speech is unlikely to dent his deep unpopularity within the country or his party.
World News from the BBC. A man accused of attempting to assassinate President Trump during a gala dinner in Washington last month has pleaded not guilty. Cole Allen, who's 31 and from California, didn't speak during the court appearance in Washington. The plea was entered by his lawyer. Prosecutors alleged that he fired a shotgun at a security service agent and stormed a checkpoint during a failed attempt to attack the president. South Africa has declared a national disaster after severe weather caused widespread flooding and heavy snowfall across 6 provinces. At least 10 people have been killed. Officials say homes, roads and other critical infrastructure have been badly damaged by the extreme conditions. The authorities in Ghana say 28 of its citizens have been rescued from Ivory Coast after the dismantling of a human trafficking syndicate in a joint security operation. Those rescued are now back in Ghana. Thomas Nadi reports from Accra.
Ghana's foreign ministry did not give details of the rescue operation, but said that the victims were originally lured with promises of lucrative job opportunities in Europe. The traffickers extorted huge sums of money from them. The Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa has urged caution against falling prey to sophisticated human trafficking networks. Last month, immigration authorities rescued over 300 West African nationals, including more than 100 children, in an anti-trafficking operation.
The International Criminal Court has confirmed that it's issued an arrest warrant for a longtime ally of the former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte. Ronald De La Rosa, a sitting senator, is accused of crimes against humanity linked to his former role as a police chief overseeing Mr. Duterte's controversial and deadly war on drugs. The warrant was issued confidentially last November. It's only now been made public. And that's the latest BBC World News.
Hello there, I'm Charles Gitonga in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Kenya is hosting the Africa Forward Summit, an avenue where the affairs of African countries and France are being discussed. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, is in attendance, and so are dozens of other heads of state from Africa. We speak with the President of Botswana, Duma Boko.
When we step out to engage with any country, we must do so from the vantage point of understanding what our strategic imperatives are. And when we get to the negotiating table, we must pursue vigorously these initiatives. What has tended to happen in the past is that the previous leaders on the African continent have cut deals that are not so beneficial to their countries and to the continent. That was a failure of leadership. So we need a breed of leaders now that understand the interests and are able to pursue these interests vigorously.
And what does it take to conserve the albatross bird, which spends years gliding across oceans? We hear from experts in South Africa.
They only lay an egg every 2 years, which means that there's a huge investment in raising that chick, and that investment is made by both of the parents. But if one of those parents are injured or died, the chick back in the island will also die because the one parent isn't enough to keep up feeding this one chick. And an investment that's taken them 2 years to lay an egg is completely lost.
It's Monday, May 11th. In Kenya, over 30 heads of state and government representatives, along with other prominent business leaders from Africa and France, are meeting at the Africa Forward Summit. They say it's the first time the meeting is being held in an English-speaking country. The summit, though focused on economic cooperation and investment, is being interpreted as an effort by Paris to stem its waning influence in Africa, with no representation from some of the former French colonies, notably Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. I have been in conversation with one of the leaders attending the summit, Botswana's President Duma Boko. I first asked him about the legacy of former Botswana President Festus Mogae, who recently passed on. The former president led the country from 1998 to 2008.
Well, he was a great leader. He led at a time when we had to strengthen the economy, continue the social programs that were ongoing. The country has been able to train a lot of its citizens, send them to schools across the world, and he was very supportive of that initiative. But he's done a great deal, and the most epic of his achievements really was during the HIV/AIDS, at the height of the HIV/AIDS pandemic, and he brought in much needed interventions and medical assistance and support.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the reason you're in Kenya this very moment. and it's this Africa Forward Summit co-hosted by Kenya and France. For you and for Botswana, what does this mean for you?
Well, Botswana is reaching out to other African countries and reaching out to the world. Firstly, under the aegis of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we need to reach out to each other. We need to develop corridors of trade. We need to encourage flows of trade and investment amongst ourselves as African countries. Mm-hmm. We recognize that the current reality is that there's very low intra-Africa trade, and we need to address this challenge, and we need to do it through engagement, through collaboration, through partnerships, and through a robust and aggressive improvement of our facilities so that we are interconnected and we can trade more freely and efficiently.
Right. One wonders, and these are questions that many people ask about this Africa plus one, so the whole of Africa plus one global power, a huge country out there. Does it need to take that, in this case France, to have that conversation about Africa Free Trade Area, which has been around for a while, and perhaps some feel these borders can still open when you do not have that involvement at that level?
Well, the African countries must, amongst themselves, address their own challenges. Some of them legacies of the colonial period. Even the way the infrastructure is laid out, it was never to connect African countries. It was to evacuate raw material from Africa. Any routes lead to ports out of Africa. So we need now increasingly to connect amongst ourselves. And so that doesn't need any external influence or prodding. It is Africa that must deal with it, under the African Union, under the regional trade blocs, SADC, COMESA, and the East African Community. So we need to strengthen these so that they can collaborate, and then we will achieve this. Mm-hmm. So Africa Plus is basically a bonus. Africa must, before it coexists, Africa must exist.
Okay.
And Africa exists by strengthening the binds and bonds that keep us together and that define us as the continent of Africa. That's critical.
We've been actually reading some reports that France's nuclear energy group, Orano, is looking to sign some deals and, invest in Botswana for uranium. Could you tell us if that's one of the agreements that you're looking at and how far that project is?
Well, the way things work is that we've been issuing, and this has been going on for years, decades now, prospecting and mining licenses to companies, mining houses from wherever they came, if they were interested in investing and they were willing to operate within the laws. So this French company, Orano, has actually been given. It's not something that starts now. They already hold prospecting licenses, and we anticipate that they will do the drilling, the prospecting, establish the different quantities of deposit of uranium, and then they will get to the next stage of extraction, and extraction for a number of reasons and/or to address a number of challenges. The first is power. With uranium, we can have modular nuclear reactors that generate power. The cleanest and the cheapest form of energy is exactly that. So we're looking to have that. That will re-energize, catalyze our economy, because we can then establish hyperscale data centers within Botswana. We can then become more than energy sufficient. We become a net exporter of power to the neighboring countries where there's a huge deficit. So these collaborations, partnerships with Orano or any other foreign investment entity that would like to operate in Botswana are most welcome.
Yeah.
And so we are looking to strengthen, we are looking to speed up the process.
Let's talk about Africa-France relationship. It's been criticized by some. Some may see that even this summit is probably a diplomatic attempt by France to start looking east of Africa, southern of Africa.
Well, here's how things work in the real world. Every country, every power looks out for its own interests. And every African country must also understand this reality. And African countries must look out for their own interests, and collectively, as the continent, we must look out for the interests of the continent. Mm-hmm. And so when we step out to engage with any country, any power, we must do so from the vantage point of understanding what our strategic imperatives are. And when we get to the negotiating table, we must pursue vigorously these initiatives. What has tended to happen in the past is that the previous leaders on the African continent have cut deals that are not so beneficial to their countries and to the continent. That was a failure of leadership, a monumental failure. So we did breed of leaders now that understand the interests and are able to pursue these interests vigorously and come out of any negotiation, any engagement with deals that benefit the countries, that benefit the continent. Rather than lament what others have exacted from Africa with the complicity of Africans, we need now to understand what it is that we also must exact from the world. What do we want the world to perceive us as?
So for France at this moment, what do you think would be that strategic advantage for Africa that you're trying to describe?
If you take Botswana, the collaboration in the uranium space, it's not about extracting uranium in the raw and taking it and fixing the prices yourselves elsewhere. This is about the country from which the uranium is produced playing a leading role in the process of extraction, in any beneficiation, and in the trade in the commodity. And so this is exactly what must happen. So people must come, foreign investors must come, we encourage them to come, but they will come on our terms, not on terms determined by themselves and to the exclusion of the producer countries.
And yet this relationship with France hasn't done so well in recent years, specifically if we look at the Sahel countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger. What do you think of that?
If you allow others to come in and you don't yourself protect your interests and the interests of your people, a large chunk of the blame must fall on you. And now there has emerged in the Sahel region a new breed of leaders that have prioritized the interests of their countries and of their region and ultimately of Africa. And so they've made demands. They've reconfigured the landscape, and it is something that is commendable. And so whoever wants to deal, France can deal with the Sahel region, but on terms that are different from the previous ones. So there's no preclusion, there's no stopping any country from trading with. What now must obtain is we trade on fair and equitable terms. That must benefit the countries in Africa. And the Sahel region has taken that stance, and it's critical.
Okay. Does it concern you that some of those leaders have obviously not come to power through an election like you did?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that the will of the people must ultimately be the sheet anchor of any government that comes to govern. And so where there's a democratic malfunction, and a democratic malfunction occurs where some are working for their own interests, and they close out all the channels of accessing power for others, so that there is no fair competition to attain power. If that situation obtains, then it's a recipe for non-legal ways of attaining power. The interesting twist, though, is because of this democratic malfunction, those who have then subverted this democratic malfunction and been able to forcefully get into power. We've seen in some instances where the populace has celebrated in jubilation, because we're dealing with a population that would have been oppressed, stifled over a long period of time, looking for an outlet. And that outlet comes in the manner of what would be called an illegal or unconstitutional assumption of power. But the people accept it. So there is seemingly some democratic endorsement. But what we then must do is to then return as soon as we possibly can to a state where we've fixed the landscape, removed the democratic malfunction, and now brought in a democratic process with institutions that can support democracy, and then we return to where it has been military to civilian rule.
Mr. President, many people view your economy specifically in the eyes of diamonds because that's your biggest export. But also a case has been made for diversification into other sectors and other things. I'm wondering how far you are along with that.
We are well on our way. We are advancing, and every step of advance is clearly chronicled. We want to make Botswana the financial center in Africa. The lead intervention in the economy is to make Botswana the financial capital of the continent. And we can. We are the highest rated country on the African continent. We have demonstrated our credentials in terms of a seamless transition from one leadership to the next in a democratic manner. There's predictability, there's certainty about our judiciary, about every facet. There's security, there's peace in the country. And it is ingrained in the very culture of the people and their ethic. So any investor who wants to deploy capital would be certain if they deployed their capital in Botswana, it is safe.
That was President Duma Boko of Botswana. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. We are now out on the high seas where seabirds, including albatrosses, circle overhead. Around the world, about 100,000 seabirds are unintentionally killed each year by fishing gear, including 10,000 in South Africa. In response, the conservation charity BirdLife set up an albatross task force, and by putting bird-scaring lines on fishing boats, they've managed to cut the number of albatrosses killed accidentally by 90%. So how does this work? Well, I spoke to our Africa correspondent, Mayeni Jones, who traveled to Cape Town to see this intervention at work. I wasn't quite sure I have ever seen an albatross, so I started by asking Mayeni to describe the bird for me.
Albatrosses are very large seabirds, and the reason they're important is because seabirds, of all the kind of birds in the world, they are the most endangered groups of birds around the world. There are only 22 species of albatrosses around the world, and 15 of those are threatened by extinction. And the reason is because albatrosses tend to roam the seas. They'll fly. They spend most of their time at sea. Either they're breeding on small islands offshore. What I found interesting reporting this story is to find out that they even sleep on the sea. So they have such a large wingspan that they will glide in the air and then kind of lay their head on their wings and sleep that way. But because they spend so much time at sea, it means that they have a high risk of coming across fishing boats, and that's why this conservation organization, BirdLife, set up this albatross task force to try and save them. And the person that leads this albatross task force is Andrea Angel.
And albatrosses, if you've ever seen one, are one of the most majestic, incredible birds you will ever find. They are huge. They've got a 3.5 meter wingspan. They only lay an egg every 2 years, which means that there's a huge investment in raising that chick, and that investment is made by both of the parents. So when one of them is out fishing and following, and they become good followers of fishing vessels, unfortunately, because there's so many discards that are being discarded from the fishing operations, and also baited hooks that are set in the water, they become excellent followers of these fishing vessels. But if one of those parents are injured or died, the chick back in the island will also die, because the one parent isn't enough to keep up feeding this one chick. And an investment that's taken them 2 years to lay an egg is completely lost.
All right, that was Andrea Angel. So you went out to do this story. Could you describe that for us, and where you went and what you saw?
So we traveled to Cape Town. I'm based in Johannesburg, so it's a 2-hour flight to Cape Town, and then it's another hour drive to Simonstown, which is along the Cape Peninsula. And from there, we took a boat very early in the morning. Now, these boats don't leave every day because sometimes the conditions at sea are so rough that the boats can't leave. So we landed on a Sunday, and we thought we'd be taking the boats Monday morning, but we had to wait until the following Tuesday when they judged the conditions at sea to be sturdy enough. And if you want to catch seabirds, you can't always see them. Some of them are on the mainland, but a lot of them, like albatrosses, tend to be on small islands. So if you really want to see them without having to travel all the way to the Antarctic, which is one of their main breeding islands, you have to travel about 27 nautical miles away from Cape Point, and that's about 50 kilometers. And it took us about an hour or two to get there by boat. And even though the conditions were more favorable, the boat was kind of bouncy, it was still very choppy. It's quite a small boat. But what was lovely to see on there is that we were with bird watchers, people who were going all the way out there because they wanted to see seabirds.
So explain to us this danger then that these birds face, especially albatrosses, because I understand they get trapped by fishing equipment when they are out there in the sea.
Yeah, I didn't realize this before reporting this story, but basically seabirds tend to feed off fish. And one of the surest way they've learned to find fish is to follow fishing boats. So they will follow these fishing boats, hoping that on the fishing boats, the fishermen will pull a net out of the sea, and they will hope that as these fishermen are kind of cutting off the heads or taking out the guts of the fish before throwing it into an ice bucket to take back to the mainland, every time the fishermen kind of cut a bit of fish, got some guts, etc., they throw it off the end of the boat. So the albatrosses and the other seabirds will try and get to that fish. But another thing they try and do is they will try and get inside the nets. So if the net doesn't sink fast enough, and there's lots of fish coming out as they're pulling the net up, the albatrosses will try and get there and try and get a piece of fish. And the problem is these nets are being pulled out of the water by 2 cables on either side of the fishing boat. Or in long line fishing, which is a type of fishing where you have like 100-kilometer long line off the back of the boat, and all along that line there's hooks, so there can be up to 4,000 hooks on those long lines. Each hook will have a little bit of fish or squid that will act as bait for bigger fish like tuna to come and eat it once it goes in the water. Sometimes before those long lines can get in the water, the albatrosses will try and get them, and then their mouths will get stuck in those hooks and they will get dragged under the water and drowned.
So talk to us about the solution then, because it seems that there's a 90% drop in the number of albatrosses that are being killed unintentionally by fisheries. What kind of solution is there that has led to this kind of intervention?
The solution that they've come up with, BirdLife, is using these bird scaring lines. They're basically like nautical scarecrows. They're bits of plastic rope that have plastic tubes hanging over them, and they hang above the fishing nets and they wave in the wind. So that gives the fisherman time to, if a fisherman deploys his nets, he'll put weights on the net so it sinks a lot faster before the albatross can get caught in the net. And then these bird scaring lines will be floating above the net or above the long line. And the albatross are like, what's this bit of yellow plastic? And they will stay away. And just by implementing this very simple, it can be done, they do it in rural communities. BirdLife have hired disabled workers in Cape Town to work on this. So it's very simple to put together. It's just a long bit of rope with some plastic hanging off of it. Just this simple method has, as you've said, reduced seabird deaths by 90%.
Yeah, it sounds very simple but very useful, clearly. And what about the fishermen? Why should they care, though, about these birds and play such a critical role in preserving them and removing this danger?
Yeah, you make a good point, because the reality is fishermen are under pressure to bring back a certain amount of fish. They're under time pressure. Sometimes they're at sea. It's very rough. So, having to deploy these bird scaring lines above their fishing nets and long lines can be more work for them to do, and they're not always open to it. But there is a very simple economic reason for them. It saves them a lot of money. And I spoke to British conservationist Tim Appleton, who explained why.
Because every time a bait or hook is taken by a bird, that's one less tuna. A tuna is probably worth about $10,000, okay? They're one of these big tunas, yellow fins and stuff like that, whereas a single bird is worth nothing to them. It's, oh damn, that's one less hook, one less tuna.
All right, and that was the voice of Tim Appleton. Mayeni, I wonder what your big takeaway from this trip was. It sounds just beautiful, being on this vessel, going out in the sea, seeing some beautiful birds, some innovations that are saving their lives. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, it was really lovely. We report so much about wars and death and destruction that getting to do a nature story was refreshing. But I think I'm not somebody who's particularly interested in conservation. I'm from Sierra Leone, a country that had a decade-long civil war. I'm often more interested in human stories and the way that humans are being affected in the world. But I think what I learned from this trip is that we're connected. Both wildlife and human beings were intricately connected. These albatrosses are part of the kind of circle of life, and the way they live their lives and the way they feed themselves is incredibly important to the wider ecosystem. And I think what I learned is a better appreciation of kind of the work that conservationists do and the work that this requires, because, speaking to one of the conservationists on the boat, she was like, people don't often care about this. She was very excited that the BBC was there. But the reality is, those birds deserve to be on this planet as much as we do.
Many thanks to our Africa correspondent, Mayeni Jones. And that's Focus on Africa today. If you'd like to tell us what you thought of the stories we've brought you, send us a WhatsApp message on +254 791 269 243. You can also send an email to focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk or reach us on social media @BBC Africa.